We're live now.
Music?
No music. Well, I'll put some background music on as we play, like I always do. But no opening with just 5 minutes
the
music.
delay? How long before they can actually see and hear us?
I imagine it's not too long. We are live now.
We're just on a delay.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
I can see you.
Oh.
So we haven't played in 21 days. So it's been a while.
It's only been 1 week. Has it been 2?
It's been 2 because we couldn't play 2. What was the reason we couldn't
yeah.
play 2 weeks ago? I can't remember anymore.
E3.
ETH. Oh, was that? Oh wow. Was that?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was like the week after that.
Yeah. Anyway, it's
I
been a while.
Last time we played or not?
No, you were not.
No, I actually just posted in chat that time in chat where your wife made sure you knew you looked like me. I think she said it was like a bit of a fever in her voice, like you look like.
Yeah, she threw up afterward too.
Yeah, no, that was a pretty long clip right there, and it was like, and you're like Scott, and she's like, oh yeah. Video right there. I just shared the link.
Whoa.
I just shared the link. Hi, Molly.
I'm not touching that one.
I'm not either.
Whatever weird editing he did, I don't want to see it.
Oh god.
Scott editing.
Click on the link. Wait.
Scott editing would be like
That's from your YouTube channel.
it would look like a PowerPoint presentation a 14-year-old put together. Just Scott like flies in at like 5 frames a second.
Same face.
I still don't want to see it at that speed.
Anyway, it's been a while. Everybody. It's been a very busy summer for us, but here we are. We're back, and we're leading an army from memory, I guess. Scott,
Yeah, we were trying to hunt down the mountain orcs.
We found them, and then you guys had to deal with the infighting of our own group. I think we did that.
Listen. I will handle the recap for you guys. It's okay.
God,
But I will handle the recap in the voice of Trunny.
Okay, cool, perfect. I'm here for it.
I'm ready.
So, you come outdoor, and you look beat up, but you win. But we leave, and more join, and then there we fight, and you die. But fixed leg, and not dead, and then we travel, now mountain, and talk more orcs.
Sounds right. I'm good.
There we go.
We're done.
All right. Yeah.
I come back.
What it was
He took off his headphones. I think you need to
a
recap.
nice deep voice. It wasn't
Trunny, not
It was
Trinny.
Tronny.
Trunny, not Trinny.
Ronnie, the orc.
Ronnie, the orc,
I
not
thought
the
we
orc.
were
Yeah.
talking at all.
It's gonna be really difficult.
Oh,
Hey, here we go.
it is.
So you got
Nap time, everybody. Nap time.
Right.
I wonder if he knows that we're not intentionally just talking over him. The fact that we can't hear him.
I'm pretty sure he did this to himself.
That's
Oh
so
wait,
nice.
do you have? Wait, I can do that too. Here we go.
Wait, wait.
Nap time.
Everybody nap. That's nap time.
Nap time.
All
No,
right.
wrong way. I'm just shrinking. Wait.
But can you do this?
Which one's the? Whoa!
Wade doesn't know how to work a chair.
No, he does not.
I found the right lever.
Nice. Your whole face just got like cherry red, Wade.
Well, I thought I was gonna die.
That's what happens when Wade does that stuff. He
Scott,
just-
whatever you know with that hole, you put it away.
Gross.
All right.
Oh, the film is $5.99 at your local Blockbuster and involves lots
Blockbuster.
of porn.
Nobody knows what Blockbuster is
Whoa.
anymore.
Yeah, they do. They all sell Captain Marvel.
Fair.
Oh,
Fair.
that's funny.
Great reference from that movie.
Thanks. I watched it again recently on a plane.
So I was saying, rocks fall, save or die. Reflex save, everybody.
Die.
Really?
Die.
Oh, okay. Well then, let's start making new characters. New campaign.
Pass.
TPK. All right. So you guys, where we actually literally left off was the climbing up the mountainside, probably about a day because you had already seen signs of the orc camp that you were looking for. More or less end the stream there. So it's a matter of
Yeah, you said we found their trail and we could see them, but they also had realized that we were following them,
yes.
and that's where we ended on that cliffhanger.
Correct. So we're going to have you guys go to approach them. Now, I imagine you're not bringing your entire force of. I don't know why you have that.
This?
I don't want to know why you have that.
I have a pinched nerve in my neck. This is just to limit movement.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he says.
Mm-hmm.
It's from fierce masturbation.
There you go.
This is to prevent it because it's got a big bulge here, so I can't get the other big bulge there, if you know what I mean.
It's
I was
funny.
literally gonna make
Funny, it's
You
funny that you say
went
big bulge. It's a big bulge to prevent the small bulge, right?
How dare you? If you think this bald head is... No, let's go.
Oh God. Okay, moving on.
Monka TOS.
How do you approach the orcs?
Well...
Well, I would say we just said thong.
Wait, am I back? Did I get my hammer back from the Orog? I don't remember that.
Yeah, you did.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I don't know if you actually
There was
went
actually
up.
no. There was a moment where he literally went up to him. He was like, I go up to him and I say, he hands it back to you.
So
Like, oh, there's not because you almost expected like, is there going to be a little bit of?
Yeah, I was worried he was gonna be like, I want.
But no, he just give back.
Okay, cool. Then we're going to talk to these orcs. Why again?
I'm asking how are you approaching?
I don't even know who these orcs
Do you
are.
really need me to remind you again?
I thought we had the whole army with us.
Okay,
already.
everybody, be quiet. I'm gonna tell Mike one more time. Okay.
Can I roll a history check?
Mike,
Roll for Vice Lord to remember.
you're going to fight the city.
Yes, I know that. I know
The
that.
orcs are to join you to aid in fighting the city.
So why are we worried about approaching them?
How do you approach them? Do you want to have your entire fucking force approach a bunch of warlike people?
No, but I would have.
Or do you want to walk up there backwards with your kilts pulled over your head? How do you want to do it?
You approach with a small force, not the entire force. You approach with like myself, any of the party members that want to come along, one Orog maybe, and like 5 regular orcs. Like just a small squad to let them know who we are, and just kind of gather them that way, and then keep pushing on.
I'll walk up with my war cry.
Oh God, it sounds like an orc youth exploding.
I feel like Beisha and Thonk would talk about this since we're the 2 commanding officers of the force. You being the lead commander, I have my 1 force, as well as having CX and Vice Lord with us.
I was just saying, so the adults are at the table. You kids have to just listen, okay?
Yeah.
So
CX would approach if either Beistra or Bonk would want him to come.
Question: do I need to roll to see if we know that they caught our trace?
I thought
you already know. You already know that because you guys had figured that out last time with whatever you had rolled.
I was gonna say I thought that was the last thing we figured out is that we knew that they knew.
I'm not sure what this deception, intimidation, arcana, stealth checks were, but I do know that you did get there.
My intimidation had to do with when I was talking to the force to make sure they listened to me because people had done bad stuff against my orders, and so I was trying to reaffirm my command. So I
tried to help, but it turns out I was talking to a rock.
Okay, so you guys are having the conversation at the gathering. The 4 of you only. Gotcha. Go.
Thonk. They know we're here, and I know why we approach, but how should we address this? We don't want to seem like we're here to conquer. We need their help. We need to recruit them, but we don't want to create more fights. We've already had issues with infighting.
It's the nature of orcs, but they're expecting us. I don't expect we'll have to do much to recruit them. Just let them know who we are and what we represent and what we're going to do, and luckily, as long as they're willing, they'll join us. If not, we'll march without. Though I have a feeling any opportunity to strike at the Red Wizards an orc is going to jump at.
I can understand that. Would it be best to keep one of us back with the group and the other one take the small group? I would think you would be the best to address them, being a fellow orc.
I trust that the Orog that we leave behind can keep an eye on the others and keep their rowdiness in check, but if you feel more comfortable if you stood here and made sure that they obeyed and kept under your heel, then you're welcome to do so. They are your men after all.
I feel inclined to stay with you, make sure things go as necessary.
Thonk just nods. And of you, Viceler and CX, do you wish to join us as well?
CX would just reply if you would want me to be there.
I should go up just to make sure the dust is settled up there. Yes.
You speak Orcish anyway, Viceler. You should be there.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm a man of many talents. Yes.
CX would just be going if you guys would want him to attend.
You're welcome to join CX.
Bayshore would express a concerned look on his face considering the fire you created inside our camp the last time.
That was weeks ago compared to now. Was
how
it
long
not?
ago was it? I don't remember how long it was, but I still have
believe it
concern
was-
because we had to calm you down from your fire-ish tendencies.
Right, but I'm not binded to that mask anymore.
I don't know what caused you to do that. I
think
No.
I think you were a little. You explained it, didn't you? Afterwards,
You
or,
guys had
am I
me-
just saying that in my head?
We
I
had
think
Wade.
Mike or I had to like examine it. One of us.
No, you had magic. You had inspect magic or whatever, and you did it. You told me what it was about to a degree.
yeah, but
They,
I wasn't.
they had to break curse or whatever it was, break enchantment or dispel curse. Or whatever it
And then
was.
I unbinded the mask.
Yeah,
I
but
imagine
I don't
after the
think
big
I was there
fire-
for that because I had to deal with the infighting. So I don't
There
think.
probably would have been a talk after the big fire.
I imagine
we
after the
would've
weeks of us walking, because we didn't get to this camp within like a couple of days.
Okay.
I imagine it would have been talked about. And since then, I haven't had an episode.
Did you want to kind of...
That wasn't intentional.
Did you guys want to like rewind and just like have that conversation?
I'm okay.
Is that something you guys
If
want?
Tyler would like to.
I'm fine as long. I just wanted to make sure Bayshore knew about it. I didn't know if he did. I remember training with you, and I think that the training occurred after the fact, but also during the
Yeah, it
training,
was after.
you frustrated me. So, frustrated Bayshore, I should say.
As far as CX joining confronting the orcs or not, basically Thonk would just make it clear that you've been resurrected by, given the gift of resurrection by Grumsh, so you still have a purpose to serve. You're welcome to join, basically, to see.
I
us
was
speak
given
with the orcs.
resurrection? Or
Or you
Basher
were
was
healed.
given
You were
that.
healed.
Yeah,
You
I
were
was
given the
healed
gift
under
of
it.
healed.
Yeah.
Got-
Got your leg back, got your horn back, that kind of stuff.
Gotcha.
He saw fit to gift you a second chance. So you're welcome to join us to approach the orcs to see how we do things if that's something you're interested in doing.
CX would not.
Oh, I think I need to roll this. Question for Scott. Do I need to roll a deception check for my reasoning for going along?
Is it really deceptive?
I mean, the reason I'm going along is because of the spell that was cast on me, less so than it has to do with...
No. It's because it makes sense that you would be there.
right.
It makes sense that you would be there.
I forgot about you.
Okay.
And
That's
why'd
fine
you
then.
say that out loud, man? Maybe they all forgot IRL. And then it'd be so much easier. Then Mike doesn't have to meta cheat, find out, and fix it.
You want me to be 100% real?
No.
I totally kind of zoned out there, so I don't know what he said.
All right, good.
Mike was in England, and we all know it's a very dirty country.
Very. They
Yeah.
all smoke. They all.
Whoa,
Listen,
whoa.
I will say this: London is beautiful. Everybody smokes cigarettes. Like everybody does. It's crazy.
it's almost like New England decided to one up it and become even worse.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we won cleanest city in the. Yeah, no.
No,
fucking
you're
awful.
definitely not
Yeah.
the cleanest city
Yeah,
at
no.
all.
No.
When the Patriots won the Super Bowl like 2 years ago, the
Oh,
slot.
sorry. How many years ago? 2 years ago? 3 years ago? 5 years ago?
Can I
6 years
actually
ago?
be honest about something? The city of Chicago is remarkably clean. When I first traveled there, I thought it was going to be kind of like San Francisco.
You can
the
shit-
blood
listen,
does
you-
keep the streets clean.
You can
I
shit
don't like
on
Chicago.
you can shit on Boston all you want, but we'll never be New Jersey.
Yeah, but they're not New England anyway, so.
No, but they're
Yeah,
close.
the only thing I know about New Jersey is from an Honest Trailer video about the Lion King, where instead of the dark shadowy place, Mufasa's like, "That's New Jersey. You must never go there." I don't know anything else about New Jersey.
That's
It's a
amazing.
really good one though.
Oh,
That's
now I need to see that.
Yeah. I think
You
it's
need
in-
to see
I
a
think
lot
it's
of
in
the
Honest
fake
Trailers.
It's honest trailers or fake trailers. I don't remember which one it is.
Oh
I
no,
know
Honest Trailer has a great Lion King one, but I think that's one that mentions New Jersey.
I like the honest trailers and the high
Let's
sheets.
talk to some orcs.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. It sounds like all of us are going to the orcs.
Okay. So I'll approach the orcs, but not just the 5 of you. Sorry, I'm counting me because I'm a window in front of my face.
We're bringing. We're bringing
Trunny.
Yeah.
You bring in Trunny. You're bringing
Why would we bring the
Orog.
dumbest orc we have.
You bring in Trunny. You bring in Orog. Are you bringing anybody else?
Like I said, I would grab like a handful just to have.
Just a handful of like ones that you know that are loyal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we
That
bring
are-
Trunny because if they get angry, we can like kick Trunny behind us and just have him distract for a little bit.
Yeah. He'll confuse them.
Hi. Look at me do magic.
Yeah.
Worst
Exactly.
case scenario, I'll summon a giant demon, cause hell for the party and the orcs, and everyone will hate me.
There you go.
Or, wait. You'll what?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not saying anything.
Okay.
Scott, take it away.
You guys go to approach the orcs. Now, these orcs are not orcs that take kindly to a large group of others coming towards them. Now, granted, you splintered off. Instead of being just 4 of you, there's what? Was that 10? No, 5 and 5? 11 of you in total. So not even a dozen approaching. But that doesn't change the fact that when they go to approach you back, like they're not gonna have you approaching strips where their tents are, where their actual like non-combatants are hanging back. You have about 3 dozen of them approaching you, and that's like coming straight up to your face. You can imagine behind them is another wave of orcs getting ready to charge at you. Probably about the same size wave as this one, as well as everybody else that would probably follow suit after that if things broke into combat. So the orcs that are approaching you, I have to again remind you, these are mountain orcs, right? These are
They have beards.
there are different types of orcs that exist throughout Faerun. My apologies. Yeah, these are mountain orcs. So there's gray orcs and there's mountain orcs, right? These orcs are a bit bigger and a bit dumber than the typical orcs that you would find around. So they're
Are these
very
like the dumbest of the dumb orcs in all of Faerun, or?
yeah. This is like if you had to choose like a group of orcs to be the dumbest, these are the dumber ones. But
Good
they're
thing we brought Trunny.
Exactly.
but that doesn't
communicate.
But that doesn't mean that they can't speak their own language and hold a culture and whatnot. It just means that it's always been a lesser culture. They're part of the problem if you look at the grand scale of why people look at
It's a
orcs the way they
scam.
do. Scale.
It's a scam.
I
Where's
heard
the scam?
I'm just gonna.
They were aware of us coming, no?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're
I
approaching
knew
you.
we didn't need to give you our credit cards to march up the mountain.
So you, as you approach them, they approach you. Now, the weapons that they have in hand, one of the things that you notice right off the bat is that their weapons clearly weren't forged by them, right? So you can see that they have weapons that look like weapons that they probably grabbed off adventurers, weapons that were probably grabbed off of the warriors of brain's not working. Of Thay.
Taiwan?
You can see that some of the weapons that they have are literally like it'd be part of like a sword, part of an axe head with a couple of daggers, all thrust together with some rope. You know what I mean? And tied around like a big club, and a club by that I mean a big trunk of a tree. So they're just really dumb and clearly can't fabricate their own weapons. They just utilize other stuff that they find. Same goes true with their armor. You know what I mean? They wear a lot of thick furs and stuff that they've clearly made for themselves. But then you also see like one guy will have like a part of like a bit of breastplate off of maybe like full plate armor, something like that. And it's been like smashed a bunch of times with a rock or hammer to make it so it's dented enough that they can put it over their head. And they look very imposing in the fact that you know that they're always on the brink of killing. So as you approach them, you roll me an insight check. Anybody that cares to.
That nat 20 was like right there.
Okay, we're all good. Perfect. Thank you, guys. So it's actually Vice Lord that gets the. Oh god, that's frightening to say. It's actually Vice Lord that gets the strongest reading off of them. Every one of you guys know that they're
Because I pay apt attention to things. Yes.
Especially the dust. Oh, the dust on that one shoulder is the reason why. So you guys can all tell that they're very edgy as they're approaching you. They're like tight, white knuckled around their weapons, so on and so forth. It's actually Vice Lord specifically that that it's literally they're just waiting for you to do any offense possible. They're on the edge to the point where this could easily break out into a fight with just a misplaced word or the like. You really got them willing to fight. And because you're approaching from down the mountain and they're further up the mountain, they have higher ground against you. They could easily charge them.
We are Anakin.
No.
CX will kind of brush up against Thonk and say, "Hey, is there anything that you can do to kind of ease this tension?" And pointing kind of towards his hammer.
Oh yeah, no. Thonk's nods at that.
I told CX that it was really tense. That's how he knows to talk to Thonk.
Well, I imagine you probably see that. It's like you probably get the whole the whole thing of it. But I imagine we all sense that everyone's kind of on edge.
I think Wade called you up for metagaming, and now your character must die. So
that's the punishment, always.
Wait, he didn't die yet.
He didn't die.
He did technically, but he didn't.
Well,
No,
haven't we all died at some point or another? We've all at least been unconscious.
We brought Thonk back, so he was kind of dead, and
yeah, but none of us died like episode 2, like you, Wade. You're a whole kind of special there.
But you lost your limb and got dropped 3 times in one fight, so it's okay. You felt your pain, and you were tortured. You were tortured for healing.
And I enjoyed it.
Yeah, yes, you did.
Bastra's the one that actually died. All right.
I feel really bad.
You let me
know.
know.
Your soul never left the material plane.
Who? Oh God, I feel really bad. Who was Mike's first character?
Bofgrim.
Bofgrim. I miss Bofgrim.
Okay,
he lasted a long
for
time.
An episode and a half, to be fair.
Yeah, he wasn't around long.
He's right here on your little window thing.
Yeah, but I don't remember his name. I like Bofgrim. Bofgrim was great.
I like Bofgrim too.
I hope he comes back at some point.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he's definitely coming back.
Yep, totally what's happening. So, you said the words to him and gesture towards his hammer, and he says,
I said Thonk nods because he's kind of aware of the situation, but I think Thonk's attempt to communicate with them first and not immediately try to subjugate them with a hammer that he doesn't fully understand.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he's going to you guys go to do your approach. How far away from them do you intend to stop?
I'll walk up like 20 feet between us and see if they get closer, and if they do, that's fine. I will not look aggressive. I will not, like, the hammer will be out and over my shoulder, but it will not be in like I'm not ready. I don't look like I'm ready to start swinging.
We walk up the 20, like 30, 40 feet back and let you kind of go up alone, I imagine.
Yeah. So to ask you splinter off, okay, perfect.
I'll keep the Orog like
Basra
5 feet behind me.
Okay.
Basra would probably be close to the Orog.
I would imagine. Yeah.
You have like Basra on my left, the Orog on my right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Vicelor and I probably
Here
wouldn't.
I am stuck in the middle with you.
We would probably be with the other group of orcs.
I'd stay as close to be within earshot, but not close enough to do anything else because there's no reason for me to be.
Yeah, same. CX doesn't feel like he belongs here anyway. It's because he doesn't have anything to offer. Doesn't speak Orcish or, yeah.
Okay, so they hang back. Everybody except for Basra and the Orog, which are like in tow behind you, and the 3 of you approach. As you guys are approaching, it's probably Vicelor that kind of like sees it's getting a bit tense, and that's why Vicelor, as Wade just said, kind of like pulls back and maybe even like, to everybody else, and they all kind of stop as well. But the other 3 are going to continue moving forward, which is appropriate for the scenario. And that you can see that the fact that everybody else stopped back, Wade, was probably a good idea. Like, you think that had you all went forward, that probably would have triggered them.
They're expecting us, aren't they?
Yeah, they came down to meet you.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm hoping.
But now they are much like the orcs were beforehand. In the scenario where you were approaching the city, they make a semicircle around you guys. Now their semicircle does not outstretch so far as to completely encapsulate the entire group because the others have stayed back a bit. But definitely the 3 of you would have a whole bunch of messiness as the orcs kind of like rain on the three of you. God forbid things go that path. Do me a favor, Mike.
Yep.
Roll me another insight check. Oh, nope. And Beisha. Roll me another insight check.
God, I went 19-3. Oh, well,
here's what,
that's-
10, 8. So you both got 11. Okay, so you get no additional information. The three of you approach. One of the orcs takes a step forward, and the first thing he says is, "What?" In Orcish.
I will speak it obviously in Orcish for this conversation as well. I will simply say, I'm Thonk. I've come to collect you for the assault on the Red Wizards.
He looks you down and back up, and is very unimpressed.
Well, I mean, he's fucking huge compared to me.
He goes, "Why you talk?"
Because I'm in charge.
You know orc.
I mean, he's half right. I'll kind of hoist the hammer off my shoulder and, as always, kind of put it head down on the ground, but keeping my hand on it. Posture up a little bit. How close is he to me?
You said you're stopping about 20 feet away.
Okay, I thought you said he moved closer.
Yeah, but not
as
like a
well.
square. Like he took a couple steps to make sure it was known that he was the one that was, yeah. So it's like 17 feet.
He's a mountain orc though, so he wouldn't. That wouldn't work then. I was gonna kind of try to invoke the sigil branded on my chest, but he's a mountain orc. He would know nothing about any of that society, presumably.
You're many miles to the south in different mountains.
He's a very barbaric creature.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize for not knowing. Do all orcs worship Grummish, or in this scenario, is it different?
No, not all of them, but like
The rule
most of them.
All breeds of orcs, the rule of thumb, worship Grumsh.
Right.
The one that you might think would be different are the Orog, because they're not even surface creatures. They're from deep
So they're
underground.
I would imagine like the only time you would see like deviant orcs would be more city dwelling orcs, maybe. I would imagine if you're gonna run into any.
But even still in the Orcish pantheon, Grumsh rules supreme.
I was gonna
but
say,
there
if
are other
you uttered
orcs.
the word Grummish, they would know who you're talking about.
Oh yeah, they should absolutely know.
Okay.
Who I am.
No matter how far away or out of, I almost think like Amish. No matter how out and about from technology or city dwelling and
Right.
stuff like that, they would know.
Yeah,
of that religion.
yeah. In this world, I
Okay.
mean, because God's walked this earth not even that long ago.
I like to, they are very present in this world. I like to put it like in these terms. If they're like a demigod, like a Hercules, they have a small group of following that kind of like worship them, and other people might know the name. If they're a lesser deity, they're a god that's like known very, very, very prominently in like a region, but not necessarily like everywhere, right? They're just like regionally, they're really, really big, and then they're like known everywhere else. If they're intermediate deity, they're known pretty much like really worshipped in like a continent, but pretty much known worldwide. If you're a greater god, then you're pretty much worshipped worldwide. And Grumsh is a greater god. He's the god of the orcs.
Okay.
So,
I apologize. Just wanted to get
No,
it's-
that's good to get the lore out there.
yeah.
So you have
And
an
that's
understanding.
my approach to how it is that you do the different. But there are tiers of gods, and he is a greater god. So,
Gotcha.
So anyways, you probably get with him actually bringing that up. I actually brings up a good point. Mike, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you actually roll me a religion check, please, and thank you.
Sure.
Ooh,
I've rolled. I think I've rolled progressively like one lower every time.
Yeah, you rolled a
4
and a 3
and then a 2. Yeah, I have. It has been 4, 3, 2.
Hey, you can only go down so many more. You know?
That's true. That's very true.
So I do apologize, but you
There's
suck.
there's nothing I nor you can do about it.
Yep. There's nothing you can. I mean, I can see that 20 just kind of chilling there, just like, hey, buddy, come over here. See
It's
now.
surrounded by a 12, an 18, and a 20. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And all of those would be better. So, anyways, you get nothing.
Okay.
So, okay, however you're gonna proceed.
I mean, if he's gonna be like, we don't have time to fucking posture and like try and fucking one up each other. So I will, if he does not seem to care about the mark on my chest, then I will very simply lift the hammer and bang it on the ground and use the wave of, I guess whatever spell it uses.
Like an influence. It's almost like the
Influence?
spell.
Yeah.
It's a spell. Give me a second. All eyes and ears on me. Oh, it's a second level spell. And enthrall.
Enthrall. Okay, yeah, enthrall.
Okay.
Enthrall.
So you just
I was gonna say, I thought I had like a lesser version of that.
no, you have the same version of it.
Oh, I do. Okay.
Yeah.
I
you
do. I have enthrall. Yeah.
Yep, you have it instinctively. He has it in a hammer.
And
Yeah.
a hammer, right?
In a hammer. It's in your blood. So anyway, so you just and you do the enthrall, which orcs get a disadvantage on the check against it. It's kind of how it works. So anyways, you get their attention, and so he looks down at the hammer. There's a bit of reverence in his face, but then he looks up at you, and his face kind of falls off of that reverence look, and he still looks pissed. There's a mixed emotion of them around you, and he says, "What? You think toy make me scared? Your toy I use scare others when I pry from human hands."
All right. You really want to play this fucking game, dude? I will leave the hammer behind and I will just walk towards him very calmly.
He looks to his left and his right, and he chuckles a little bit, and he grasps. He's the one that had that like makeshift weapon we talked about beforehand. He grasps that tighter and starts stepping forward as well, chuckling a little to himself.
When again, I don't look like I'm threatening in any way. I don't look like I'm gonna slap him and challenge him to a duel or any of that nonsense.
He does.
I know. Well, I'm aware. But once he's within range,
It's as soon as he's in range, he doesn't go up there and shake your hand to have conversation.
No, I don't
He's
wanna
going into range, raising his weapon to swing at you.
I'm going to touch him and cast inflict wounds.
I'm fully aware, but you're gonna have to roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Oop. Scared of Basher and Syax. I know why those boys are fighting.
Where's my token? There it is.
Oh yeah, that's when I killed Syax.
Hey! I guess we're going the other way now.
Are you kidding me?
This is
I might as well grab the dashing half-orc token at this point. There you go.
2 actions, Mike.
hey.
Now we just need.
That's
that
right. Oh,
first
that's right. You get
91.
when you crit initiative, you get 2 actions, right, Scott? That's how we play this.
That is exactly how it fucking works.
Well, let's see if he lives through the
Great
first
thing is-
action.
I got a total of a 7.
If he
Oh.
lives through the first initiative, Jesus.
Well, of course, whenever it comes to fighting leaders, he
Yeah.
goes thunk, thunk. Gives him the bad touch.
That's not what I needed to do. I thought it was going to ask me, but so it's going to be 3,
Hold
4,
on, hold
5,
on.
6.
Let me look at your character sheet really quickly.
I don't know why it doesn't automatically ask.
It should if you do it from over here. If
From
you pass-
that's right. If I do it from my attack area, nope, it just did the.
It didn't. That's weird. I can.
Once I can click this, nope, it just rolled.
Well, how many D10 are you supposed to do in total?
I'm supposed to do one extra for every level up, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6, so 3 more.
So just click damage twice, and that's equals 6.
Oh yeah, I can just do that. All right, it works.
So I will tell you that your amazing 29 points of damage is not enough to kill the guy.
I just do it again.
Of course.
Just imagine putting 2 hands on.
How many weeks has Thonk been in a campaign and just doing this shit time after time?
As long as it works.
Yeah, you do what you like to do, buddy. Oh, so close! You almost crit.
I know.
Oh my god, that would have been crazy.
Then another 2.
Only 2 more. You can't do another.
I can't do another 4th, but I mean I
You
rolled
still
fucking.
did more damage than last time.
Yeah, I still did really good damage.
29 to 30. That equals what? 59. Jesus.
That is a Scott rule, by the way, right? The double initiative thing.
Yeah.
Correct. Just like if you roll a natty 1, you don't get your action. No matter what.
Chat was wondering. That's why.
Yep. This is something we started ages ago on an Eberron campaign. I started about 2 years ago on stream on my other channel. It just consistently goes. So again, you always have the same movement and you always have the same bonus and immediate. But if you roll natty 20 on initiative, you have 2 actions, which sounds as broken as it sounds. And if you roll natty 1, you don't get your action. Now, if you're a fighter that happens to have action surge, that can be a very devastating round with that fighter. So, anyways, moving on. You do 59 points of damage to the guy, and you more or less you don't kill him. Describe it.
That's what it always looks like.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thonk stands at how tall again? Like 5'10"ish.
Let me see if I even wrote it down. Yeah, he's under 6 feet.
Okay.
And
So
all
is
these
it-
orcs are like 7 feet, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
I was
all
gonna say this
monsters.
guy's like legit like 7'3". Like he's a big one.
So
You know what I mean?
Beastros
But he's just bigger than
than
the others.
Beastros taller than Thonk. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Thonk's a very bookish orc, which is very unusual.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
No, I just said what it looks like. It always looks like is as I approach, I don't look threatening, and I'll just, I see him rear up to attack, and Thonk very quickly just kind of takes a very quick step forward, maybe ducks a little bit in case he's going for a swing, and then he just finds his hand on his stomach. The mark glows a faint red, and there's a bright, quick red flash underneath the palm of my hand. As while he may not die, his veins become more visible, his skin pales a bit, and it just looks like the life from him saps into the ether.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to take my action now. Before I do so, I do want to just re-describe one more detail. As always, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if a NPC rolls a 1 or a 20, the same rule applies. So bear that in mind if you ever choose to adopt this rule into your campaign. It tends to be more devastating for the PCs than good, because I roll a lot more initiatives. All right. So, anyways, he is then like he literally has his strength drained from him. He's like, oh, you human bug!
Oh,
And he,
watch
like,
your language.
he raises his axe and he's woozy for a minute, but then he's like, no! Ah! And you can see he's getting riling himself up. You can imagine a rage.
Yep.
And whatnot as well. Rage doesn't help against negative energy damage, anyways. And then he's going to take the thing into two hands. He's got, like I said, the axe and the sword and a couple of daggers and whatnot, tied together around the tree trunk. And he raises the thing and goes to swing it at you. Now, he's a one-hit wonder kind of boy, but you can imagine is a big hit if he hits.
Yeah, I'm bracing. Luckily, I'm a half orc, so if he brings me down, I'm not gonna fall over, and I get another hit, hopefully.
So my chance to hit is really high.
Oh yeah, he's probably gonna hit me.
And then my modifier is.
I just want to see what he rolls.
We won't.
I got actually I rolled really, really, really garbage for damage. I rolled about as low as I can, so I easily hit you almost 10 over your AC, and I hit you for 13 points of damage.
Oh, that's not
It was
bad,
actually. It was actually I rolled terrible. So.
Okay.
So he swings down with the thing, and hits you for like, what was it? A scratch. It's one of those things where your character, I imagine, kind of jumps back a little bit out of the way of the attack, and it does clip you, but not anywhere near as devastating as you would have, expected from that big nasty weapon. The reason why it even clipped you because you avoided the trunk altogether. It was just the way that those other weapons are kind of like awkwardly sticking out of it that it just did not hit you that hard.
Yeah.
You wrote such shit.
All right, that's just eyeing. While this is happening, he's eyeing the orcs around, the other mountain orcs, expecting them, waiting to see if they make a move or do something.
They are in fact moving a bit. They're kind of like their weapons are out, their knuckles are white, they're at the ready, they're inching their way down the hill. They're not even looking at the fight. They're just waiting for the moment that Thonk falls, because that's when they're going to charge on the rest of you. Like you can just tell. It's more vice though, but you can just tell. Oh, Mike, you shouldn't have rolled yet. I'm sorry.
Well, why?
You were ready.
Sorry.
He did a reckless offense. That means you have an advantage on.
Well, I'll just roll a second time.
He rolled with advantage. I just.
Unless you want me to re-roll both, I can just roll a second time though. It's up to you.
Just re-roll with advantage.
Okay.
Is what we've always done.
Yax wants to mention to Vicelor as he sees kind of what I have noticed. Would you want me to run like an investigation?
What?
To see if everybody moving in.
Yeah, everybody notices
talking
it.
about it.
Okay.
but
Notice it.
Yax is just gonna mention to Vicelor if this gets out of hand, I'm just gonna throw a wall up.
I would hesitate before that. We need these.
That
orcs.
brings him up to 81
80.
points of damage.
Yep.
I thought.
80 total.
80 total. Got it.
Yep. 80 total. Hurting, not down yet.
That's fine.
All
I'm
right,
good right
hopefully now I can actually hurt you.
now. We shall see.
He's gonna do the same exact thing and hope I don't suck this time.
See, Yax just doesn't want this to get out of hand.
It won't. What basically, it's the way orcs kind of fucking live. Leaders go and do their fucking quote unquote honorable duel.
Yep, cut off the head of the snake.
It was an 8, 20, 28. I still hit you, of course,
Yeah.
but that one didn't count. Because the other number I took anyways. This one I still rolled absolute garbage. I did 19 points of
Oh,
damage.
I'm good. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I know. It's really upsetting because I can do a lot and I'm not.
Did he reckless offense again?
He did, of course, because he
Okay.
was looking for that crit. Because that crit's a ×3.
Yeah, that's the scary part. All right, let's go. Here we go. Advantage.
Jesus.
That is going to be a hit.
Touch attacks are so powerful.
Yeah.
The other game, they're more powerful than this one, Wade.
Are they?
Yeah. This one, they're the same as regular attacks.
Oh, nice.
You're at 80,
100.
107. You can see that now he's finally like, he's actually looks slumped. His
Yep.
shoulders are slumped. He's
Yep.
kind of swooning back and forth. He's not doing well at this point. Whereas your character, probably about as hurt as he is, actually probably even in more of a dire strait than he is, just blow for blow. You have a calmness in your mind.
Yep. And I know I can go bing and I'm healed if I need to.
Molly, thank you for the raid.
Yay, Molly! Thank you.
Woo!
Molly, don't check the beginning of this episode. Don't worry about it. What's important is I know.
Next
That's all
time you
that
see
matters.
Scott, Molly, you owe him a good kick to the balls, is what he's trying to say.
What? I would never disrespect Molly. I would never disrespect Molly.
I like how Molly says, "Hello, cool husband."
Well, she
Oh,
knows.
hi. Hey. Oh, sorry. Sorry, wait.
Scott, Molly, despite Scott being married, he still has the hots for you, and I would run if I were you.
He just has the hots for both of you, Wade. Both you and Molly.
I mean, I'm just saying, sandwiches are delicious.
The weird thing is you want to be in the middle.
Oh, all right. So, anyways, jokes aside, this time I finally actually do hit you for a significant amount of damage. I just wish I could have done this last time. He ends up wheeling back, swinging with the hit this ridiculous weapon that he has again, and does to you 27 points of damage.
Okay, that'll
Which
reduce me
is-
down to 1 basically because I get brought down to 0, but I go back.
Describe
to
that, because as an orc, even though that 27 would technically bring you to like a -12,
Oh,
that
yeah.
doesn't exist in this game. Instead, it brings you to 1 health point, 0, which equals
Probably for
1.
the first time any of you have seen, you probably see Thonk act like an orc. For the most part, he's calm, collected, very much kind of in control of his own fury and rage, even though you can always kind of see it on the surface. But this attack takes him, would bring him to the brink of death. And instead, he probably goes skidding back a good couple of feet, clutches a giant wound that's bleeding, and lets out this deep guttural, right from like the diaphragm, growl scream combination. It's not going to sound anything that I can produce right now because it's just
Wade, would you
inhuman.
like to do it for him, please?
There you go. Yeah, go ahead, Wade.
Yeah. yeah. Sounds like fun to me. Perfect.
I knew I was gonna press the other button.
Yeah.
I could have
I
pressed
didn't
this
even know there
one.
was another button.
That would have been a weird orc call.
But in a flash on my turn, basically, with a flash of light, I'm going to use my preserve life and bring me to full in a turn.
So my apologies. Yeah. So go ahead. Preserve life. Describe what that looks like now for all the viewers.
A
Battle.
much like you've probably seen it before. During that scream, there is the glow that emanates from the searing brand on my chest. Then instead of it being kind of a dim flash, it's like a quick bright one. Once the scream ends, Thonk kind of pushes up to his feet, all the wounds healed, and is prepared to continue the assault. Basically.
When this happens, Bayshore would have been preparing, coating his dagger just in case. And when hearing your roar, would kind of just eye over there, completely and utterly surprised by the actions taking place and having seen that. Just paying attention closely.
Thunk, roll me a insight check with disadvantage because you just got your fucking ringer knocked.
Well, it's 10.
Okay, so you unfortunately don't notice necessarily what's happening here, but you can roll me, like, you don't get the reading off of his person.
Mhm.
You can also roll me a perception with disadvantage for something else entirely.
There you go. That's still a
Alright.
good roll.
Yeah.
It's funny. how
Yeah.
that worked out.
Unfortunate, but also great.
So anyways, you notice that He's standing, like I said, his shoulders already slumped, whatever. He does that nasty blow, and it knocks you back on your feet. And then, right as you're like rattled back on your feet, you let out your own little scream. You then just have that flash of light where the blood and everything is still on your body. The scars stay, but as like very thin scars, like a scar that would have healed years later, and so on and so forth. How it leaves that thin mark, but otherwise feeling great. He then just grabs at the you see he grabs down at something inside of like a fur satchel that he has at his side. He just reaches down with something into his hands, and he's making like a fist open and close motion. You can tell by the tensioning of the muscles on his forearm and the way that his hand is kind of moving in the bag. And then when it's his turn again, he steps forward, and this time as he swings with one hand the axe on one side, he actually uses that as a bit of a distraction. You obviously see that coming, but he uses it as a bit of a distraction as he instead lunges forward with his, long. They have clawed hands in the sense that they have very thick fingernails and they sharp them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With his clawed hand and tries to like gouge at you with his open hand.
Wow. Dirty fighting.
Yeah, but the important thing to note is that the open hand is actually extremely white, with like almost like a pasty powdery sort of thing that's on there, almost like clay that's drying out. So do I hit you is the important thing. It's a good thing I roll reckless offense because wait, let me just double check something really quickly. I just want to make sure I'm not breaking the rules of this. Can reckless offense be done with a one-handed weapon? I'm pretty sure it can be. Reckless offense, second level. When you make your first attack on your turn, use the strength checks. Cool, perfect. So I had to make sure that was okay because I rolled a natty 1 and an 11. And I took the 11. So he hits you.
You won't, no balls.
He actually does maximum damage he can to you with his open hand, with his hand, which is 7 points of damage, clawing at you.
That's right.
So he's just gouging at you and does 7 points of damage. But what he does is as he attacks you, so it's just like a simple scratch. He like gets his claws in and is like trying to dig his fingers into you, like grab. So he did that swing and he's like trying to dig his fingers into you, and he kind of grabbed up here by your shoulder, and you can feel almost immediately. Beyond, of course, the pain of his fingers digging in, which is honestly something you're experiencing as a long-time adventurer, but there's a different sensation burning into you at the same time.
He fucking dipped his fucking nails in poison.
And as he does that, he leans in and he says in Orcish, "Blessing of Yurtress," which you can roll a religion check in the moment with disadvantage.
Is that quiet enough to where we cannot hear it, or can we hear that from there?
Perception checks for you guys as well.
14.
Sorry, Vicelor.
All right.
Sorry, Beishra. Actually, Beishra's really close by. Sorry, Syax. So, Beishra, you hear the word. You probably have no idea what it is. Feel free to roll a religion check. I don't think you're going to hit it.
Woohoo!
Yeah, you know. Mike, you do. DC is different for you, being a cleric of Grumsh. Yurtress is of the Orcish Pantheon. Nicknames are like things like the White Hands, the Lord of Maggots, the Rotting One.
Okay.
It's the neutral evil god of death and disease. We don't need to get into any more of the faith than that. What you need to know is that blessings of Yurtress upon you, he says as he digs his fingers into you. It's your turn.
I guess I'd kind of just immediately go grab his hand and probably mumbling back to him, "Blasphemer," and just inflict wounds again.
Mm-hmm.
With advantage because he reckless attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Put his hand on.
Wow,
Ouch!
that's terrible.
Ouch!
But you miss.
It's unfortunate.
It is definitely unfortunate because, Mike, at the end of your turn, could you roll me a Constitution save?
I can. Whoops, not with advantage. Sorry, hang on.
Oh,
my God.
oh, come on! Don't keep that low! Don't keep that low!
It'll be bad, I'm sure.
That's how it works, Scott. That's the rules.
Cry, you baby.
I've got a bunch of old Greg like buttons on my Goxalar, but they don't go
Hey,
through.
that fuzzy little man Peach. Looks like Thong just evaded your attack.
No, I just resisted the poison.
It's
I
now
know.
his turn. He's going to attack you with his weapon. So and boom. Attack at you. I keep tickling that 20 and falling off. This again fell from a 20 to an 8, but I'll take my 16 instead. He swings at you with his big honking weapon again. This time he delivers a solid blow of 22 points of damage.
Was this with both hands or just one?
This is with both hands. Mm-hmm. Thonk, it's back to your turn as the two of you are kind of like going back and forth. You can see that he is
30 hit points.
he's very much teetering.
19 touch?
A 19 does touch.
Okay.
Whew. You got the magic touch.
I rolled terrible.
Oh,
But
two natty.
That's horrible.
2 ones.
Roll
Yuck.
better this time.
Oh, there's an 8.
another 8.
It doesn't matter because last time he successfully touched him, it was enough to knock him to the 0.
Oh,
which
so he was holding on to 1.
I was gonna say he had to be close to like 5 or so.
Yeah. So and so he was holding on to 1 health point. When you missed last time, I was like, maybe I can critical hit. Nope. So unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. You reach forward, describe the final blow.
It's as
After you take
unceremonious.
that.
Yeah, as unceremonious as it always is, and he kind of crashes into me with his weapon, gashing me wide open again. But I take the opportunity after dealing with that blow to move in and just find an open piece of skin. Another flash of red, but it's enough to cease the blood flow in his veins, and his eyes go dead as he doesn't go flying back or anything like that. He just limply falls under the ground like a pathetic waste of just flesh and bone.
I'd like to think there was a pretty loud thud.
Oh, I'm sure there's a loud.
Oh, it's big and there's rocks, so there's a thud. But as you're like kind of standing there, like catching your own breath, because that was like a minute of back and forth of hard, aggressive fighting, almost dying, etc., etc. One of the things that you notice, everybody notices, if not immediately, then within the first few seconds, as he's lying there dead on the ground. Beforehand, you hadn't noticed like white patches that were on his chest, the markings that were there. You'd failed a religion check to figure out what that was, but there are white marks on his chest. Those white markings glow for a couple of moments, and then all of a sudden, his body seems to be devoured from the inside outward by a whole like a swirl of like just nasty vermin, like maggots, kind of just like eating and consuming the body almost immediately. But as that happens, it's like a small miasmic cloud kind of pluming out of him as well. You're obviously standing there. I need 1 more Constitution save from you, sir.
Even in death.
Okay. So because you were caught in the cloud and you're stuck there breathing it for a moment before you're like, oh, and then kind of like back your own way out of it, whatever it is. The other orcs are primed and ready to fight, but then they don't. Instead, they turn to Thog's character and they say, blessings of Yortress, blessings of Yortress, blessings of Yortress. One of them will step forward as you're kind of like listening to this and thinking, oh, okay, like, I won this, so on and so forth. One of them will step forward and says, if you survive the next rise of the moon, we will talk. And they all turn their backs on you and walk away from the rotted out corpse on the ground.
Great. All right. Well, I'll turn to the Orog, in an orcish, tell him to head back to camp and ensure everybody's on high alert. Guards around the camp, 24-hour cycle, no corner to be hidden, no exposed flank.
Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. They're blasphemers. Jedi.
That's
How'd you say?
it's very similar. It's a mindset of Thonk in a lot of ways. I'll kind of limp my way over to the hammer and hoist it back up while throwing a spell on me. You see a flash and I'll cast a spell real quick. We'll do 2 on this one. Oops, not 12. Not that. That is incorrect.
Wow,
I mean, it'd be great. Don't get me wrong, but
You're powerful, man.
I know, right? More like that. All right.
Can I be your
Now,
friend?
21,
Can that
31.
be like a team heal?
No, that's directly on me.
Why do you need a heal? You're not healed.
I stubbed my toe on the way up.
I don't. I need a heal. I got brought down to 18 again on phase
I was
2 there.
I was talking to Sia.
Oh.
Would that be a team heal? I was like, why? You aren't hurt.
We heard ourselves watching, strained our eyes.
I mean, Beishra coated his dagger, so he's just kind of sheathing his weapon.
Yeah, and as I make again, I kind of heal myself before I pick up my hammer, going from a limp to standing up and kind of rolling my shoulders and cracking an elbow, feeling where the wounds were, and then
Do we have any idea what this white substance that burst throughout was?
If you ask, Thonk will simply say it was poison.
Do you know for sure what it is? It's thonk?
I imagine it's poison, Scott, or a disease cloud of some sort. Knowing the
Certainly
god,
something along those
basically.
lines, yeah.
Basically that's what he would say, because I wouldn't know specifically what it is.
Right. One
So
thing would we know? We'd be able to roll to know what it was from seeing it.
It's not like
You saw maggots eating this person from the inside out and a miasmic cloud pop up. Logic would say some sort of disease.
there you go. So he would just say
It was a cloud of rose petals.
Yep.
Or at least the scent.
Is there anything I can roll to see if I know what it is? Like
No.
a medicine check?
No.
Okay.
That's what I just asked.
Thonk would also look to Beishra.
And
And...
Tyler, it's like I don't even need to. I'm gonna go.
See you later.
Well,
Have a good.
you said, do we know what it is? I didn't think you asked about rolling something.
To Beishra, he would say the same thing, like make sure your men are on high alert tonight.
He would not, but he'd still stay with you until
Yeah,
we
yeah,
went
for sure.
back to camp together.
Scott, do I know what the relationship between that god and Grumsh is?
Grumsh is the god of orcs.
Right. The other, but between Grumsh and the other god, orc god, do they clash? Do they?
Would you have told us what he said?
So
Like
they
what?
just have different approaches to how it is that they would do things. It's not that this god is of course subservient to Grumsh, but every orc is of course going to try to get their own power and a one up on their chieftain so they can one day be the leader.
Yeah.
But Grumsh's god is the greater god between the two gods. However, the two factions would handle things a bit differently. They, of course, thinking themselves, even though it's only a lesser deity, their worshippers thinking themselves better than the worshippers of Grumsh. Grumsh just kind of like run into combat and die.
Okay. I honestly, Thonk can appreciate that though.
Okay. Because they think that not only do you run into combat and fight or whatever, they think like you could also utilize that opportunity and almost imagine like using pestilence and plagues. And whatnot, too.
No, for sure. Just because of how Thonk is and the way he was brought up, like, while he doesn't necessarily agree that that's the best way to go about things, he understands the forethought that goes into it because there's preparation there at the very least.
Exactly. It's actually the god that matches your alignment on the Orc Pantheon.
Yeah.
It's the neutral evil one.
Okay,
So-
cool. But anyway, yeah. Thonk would definitely bring up the name of the god. He would tell you. Caught him off guard, but they were. What the hell is
Can
the
I
god's name
run-
again?
Can I
Scott.
roll a religion check? Growing up in a city, would I have heard of this? Being on the other side of the world, obviously, but would I have probably not as a lesser deity?
Heard of the god? Sure, so long as the name was said.
What's the name of it again, Scott? I forget.
Yeah, no problem. It's Yurtrus, Yurtrus.
Yurtrus. So yeah, Thonk would say to the party then that they worship Yurtrus, a lesser orcish god that relies on preparation, poisons, and disease to win their wars.
Do we need to know?
You were in this this cloud, so are you?
I'll be fine.
Very well.
High alert tonight. Come morning, they'll be willing to talk.
Beishra just quietly nods.
Thonk wouldn't say anything else. Like I said, he gave the command to the Orog as well and would start marching back.
Okay, so you guys quietly go back. He gave enough information. You guys don't really have to roll for anything else. And you guys make your way back to your camp. I imagine Thonk is a little bit more solemn into himself the whole while. The orcs just kind of like form up in the way that you guys had commanded them to do so, of course. And then right before we go on our break, why don't we have Mike, just so we don't sit on our cliffhanger, why don't you roll that last Constitution save? Now,
Sure.
you had one disease in your body and another that you breathed. I'd have to have you roll this one with disadvantage.
Oh boy. Unfortunate.
Well, that 16 was nice.
yeah,
Not
so
so
that's,
much.
that's disadvantage for you.
And we'll be back.
All right, back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
All right.
And we're back. Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Don't worry, Thunk already died. You missed it. You
R.I.P.
missed all of it.
He died in his sleep.
R.I.P.
Dumb question.
to
Does
the
Roll20 have like a dark mode?
Ooh, that is a good question. I wish.
Call it every time you roll a natty 1.
I would love to have a dark
Hey.
mode. It's very, very bright.
It is a very bright website.
Yeah. Roll20, if you're watching this, can you make dark mode, please? Thank you.
You can turn on a dark mode on your computer.
I can do this. I can grab the map and tint the map black instead of the light pink I was doing.
There you go.
Scott.
That made it. That helped. That
did.
helped.
Did help a little bit.
Yeah.
In my old eyes, I can't read the words now. Too
All
bad.
right, Wade. Your Vice Lord's dead now.
Iceland's dead now.
Thunk died of like consumption. Vicelor died of just being too fucking old.
He died in the same way Wade is dying. His nerves just stopped working.
They just
His
stopped
whole body just
working.
went numb.
He just became bald. Dead.
I know Wade didn't take off his headphones so he can still hear us. He's standing off
Baldness
to the
is
side.
deafness. Wade's too egocentric to take off the headphones. He needs to hear us talking about him.
You're
Yeah.
right.
You're right.
Oh. All right. So, where were we? Thunk, you rolled a 7.
Correct.
The morning comes. So, sorry, Beishra.
Oh yeah. Beishra, he doesn't like to wait for impending attacks if they're anticipated, so he's gonna actually go scout to see if anybody's actually coming to attack the encampment.
So, to do a scout, you're going to want to roll me a stealth check.
Yep.
Why do I feel like, did you have a magic item that gave you advantage on stealth checks or something like that?
I don't know if I have advantage on stealth checks. I don't remember.
Weren't you given a cloak? No, that cloak was for not stealthiness.
Fire
Fire.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but it's fine. I rolled a 17.
Perfect. So with your 17 total, you go sneaking off into the camps and whatnot, and trying to are you trying to sneak into their camp or just to sneak out of yours?
Both sneak out of mine and just see what's around and see if anybody's coming. He's not going to necessarily go and see what's actually happening in the camp, but he's just scouting the area to make sure they're not coming from where they are towards our encampment.
So you do that. Roll me a perception check as well. I'm just gonna say you don't see them coming.
Okay.
I'll have my familiar do the exact same thing at him without having to stealth or anything. And I don't even care. I'll take the same perception.
You have to roll a perception. Wait.
I'll just take the same as his. I don't need to see or know anything.
No, wait. You have to roll a perception.
Oh, I don't actually want to know.
Watch, it's a 20.
No, 91. Damn it.
11.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I would say that between the two of you, you notice that they have scouts on you, but they're not making an advancement towards your camp beyond keeping at a range that they can scout you.
So if I wanted to start some shit, I could lie and say that they're coming.
Sure.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure, of course. And what was I going to say? But the important thing to note, and I would say that Wade gets this information because his bird can get much closer and whatnot, is it's not exactly like they have catapults or siege weapons that can fire at your group. They don't even have crossbows and bows to fire upon your group. It's just a bunch of orcs that could probably hurl some rocks, but not even like true boulders, but like just big rocks.
Bombers coming toward our camp right now.
And even those
are
rocks,
not adequate.
On the wing.
maybe 50 feet, with accuracy.
Okay. So Beishra didn't see. Did he see the scouts?
The two of you would notice that presence in the area, so on and so forth, but kind of able to confer between the two of you, if you choose to confer, that they're just scouts. They're not moving up by any stretch. They're hanging back and watching.
And they're not armed at all.
Oh, they're armed. They
Not
have
like-
their makeshift melee weapons or melee weapons they found, but it's not like
Okay.
they have. It's not like they have ranged weapons.
They have MG42s, grenades,
Nukes.
nukes,
All right.
and small children with swords.
Beishra's gonna sneak back in and check on Thonk.
Mm-hmm. So you go back in, check on Thonk. Thonk is having a rough time of it, tossing back and forth in his sleep. Is kind of speaking a little bit in his sleep, prayers to Grumsh, in Orcish.
Your heart. Like
You know
that.
the word Grumsh over and over again. Grumsh, Grumsh, Grumsh. Obels is Grumsh, Grumsh is Obels.
No, that definitely didn't come out of my mouth.
Oh, you sure?
I'm positive.
But you know he's having a hard time. He's clearly fighting off this disease to the best of his body's ability.
All right. Well, Beisha just returns to his quarters and go to sleep then.
And then that would bring it to the morning, because they actually did keep that hang back. They were not looking to advance on you guys. That brings it to morning, where Thonk, you would to say wake up feeling like shit is an understatement. You wake up and you are just. It feels like you're rotting from the inside. Like every part of you is just feeble and weak. But most importantly, you can see on your chest, on either side, there is the hands of what's the name, Urtris, placed upon your chest right now.
Fun.
Oh, great.
Somebody had fun last night.
But I'm alive, so that's a win.
I mean, so if he dies, a whole bunch of things are going to eat him, and he's just going to get consumed.
I'll return to a purple puff of smoke and poison everybody else.
Okay. It seems like you survived the night.
That's good. Did they want us to go back to where we met them?
They said that you may speak to them the next day if you survive.
Okay. Well, it's the next day. I survived. I don't look great, but I survived, and I will gather Vicelor, Beishra, CX, same group as last time in Orog, and just start heading out that way.
Before we do,
I will place.
upon meeting,
Yeah.
would we notice Thonk's
Oh yeah.
stature?
I don't look good.
You look like the absolute shit.
He doesn't look good. And more than that, Thonk, one of the things is you kind of like go out there and start to meet up with everybody. You notice that like your vision's a bit blurred too.
Great. Well, I need to see them soon then, because
Well, Siak, just out of kindness, 'cause that's just how he is, would offer up one of his potions to Thonk. So, you know, not knowing medicinal stuff very well, or potions or whatnot, so he would just hand up a minor healing, a potion, just to Thonk, saying, "Hey, I hope this makes you feel better. It's helped me feel better."
Beisha would just look at him and be like, "You're upright. That's good."
he would nod to Beishra when he says that, and then look to CX and just kind of put his hand on the potion and kind of push it back towards you. The offer's appreciated, but it won't do any good. We have to move, and we have to move now.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, like I said, gather everybody as quickly as I can and start heading out that way.
The same group.
Yeah, same group.
Okay. And so all of you guys start making your way up towards the mountains again, where this time they're going to meet you at this kind of like the same spot that they did beforehand. When you go up there, you look like absolute shit. Like, make your way. It's exhausting climbing up the hill. Like, you have technically just because there is no disease mechanic other than different diseases effects in 5e. You have the poisoned condition put on your character, which is disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. And just because it was not a very restful sleep, I'm also super nice, so I'm going to give you one step on the exhaustion chart, which is disadvantage on ability checks. So those two just do the same thing as it is right now. So you're kind of like okay at the moment, just shitty.
Mm-hmm.
And so you start making your way up the hill, and you just look exhausted. You're pouring sweat when you get there, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, they meet with you. The one that had the one that comes to speak with you this time is not the same orc that kind of said like curse of Urtris, like we'll see if you survive, whatever. And this time it's actually a clearly like a shaman, and it's a female shaman, which is not so unusual. And she comes out and she has definitely like the the headdress with all the hanging bits to it. She has the heavy furs and everything on them as well. The furs are it doesn't look like animal fur. It has like some strange kind of, well, it's probably an animal fur, but it has a strange type of like hair to it as opposed to like the thick coating of a normal fur to it. Anyways, she comes up to you. She also has the markings of the face, but it's on either side of her face, so it's more obvious than the way it was on his chest beforehand. So you have the handprints on the cheeks and up the sides and temples and slightly wrapping around the jawbone. They have big heads, so it kind of makes sense that we can get the hands fully on there. Anyways, so she's the one that comes walking forward, and she says, "You, human, have blessing of Yurtress."
He would step forward and heavily breathing. I am a half-orc, not a human.
You are not orc. You are human.
Why is she calling me? Why are these people calling me human? I don't understand.
Impure, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I expect that. Half-breed, impure. I would expect that, but
Not
she's
full
calling me
blood or
human.
whatever. True blood.
He shakes his head. We had a deal. I survived. Your leader didn't.
Then we talk. Why you here?
As I told him before I killed him, we're assaulting the Red Wizard's city. We want your help.
Why are you attacks? No, actually, that's not a question she would ask at all. She goes, why we care? We mountain, they plain.
We reclaim it in the name of Grumsh.
She looks about, sees the marking on your chest and whatnot, thinks for a moment and says, that sounds like your fight.
It is the fight for orcs. Take back what is ours and what belongs to us by birthright and blood. Not what humans with magic.
You small. Your tongue waggle.
And yet your leader fell to my hand and not a weapon.
You small. Your tongue waggle. And your parents fuck wrong. You them of north.
Well, clearly they got it right because the sperm and the egg did, in fact, meet.
Five stars just in the background. Actually, that is not correct.
What'd she say about the north?
Clearly you're from the north.
Oh, none of that is relevant to our goals.
She'll like take the stick or whatever that she's holding, and she's not using it to walk with, so she's hunched over. She takes the stick that she's, and clearly this thing double over as a smasher the fucking dome piece weapon, and she uses it to gesture towards your marking and says, "Grumsh with you in fight.
Always.
Grumsh, what keep you alive?
By his will, I march these lands, and I serve his will.
We do not march for Grumsh.
You march.
We march for Yurtress.
And Yurtrich marches and serves Grumsh.
That's what you think.
That's what I
You
know.
want us march with you? You must survive Yurtress."
Isn't that what I just did?
Did you say in game or out of game?
I guess in game he would say, that is what I did overnight, as tasked by your dead leader.
You prove you have orc enough. You not prove blessing of Yurtress in you.
And how would one do that?
She drops her pants.
Oh, God.
She says, "You come," and then she and then she turns to take you back up to the camp.
All right, fucking here we go. I follow.
Basra would this was all spoken in Orcish, right?
I would assume.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
That's why only
So-
Bison would probably be like, actually, that is not correct.
Yeah. So Basra wouldn't understand a single word, but he's
No, you and I are
going to
just
the
scratching
camp.
our heads.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just follow.
Question: when she says for him to follow her, it is just Thong, correct? Or is it?
They didn't specify one way or the other. Does your character attempt to go up there?
Well, I would see them start walking away, and I would just kind of gesture to Thonk.
Can I roll to see if I think that she's gesturing just to him?
Roll me a insight check, sir. Others can roll it too with a disadvantage because they can't. They might as well try with this disadvantage because they can't speak the language. That kind of helps to get the answer.
Terrible roll.
I got it.
Nice job.
Basher gets it. Thonk is who they want, but they didn't disinvite everybody else.
I was just gonna have CX ask Thonk, "Are we to join you?"
Thonk wouldn't know more than you. You know,
Okay.
he'd leave that up to your decision.
CX would after receiving that information from Thonk, CX would just look to Beisha. What should we do?
Basher would just turn and walk back towards camp. He wouldn't attempt to follow. He would.
You'd go back to camp instead of just waiting here.
They did not disinvite you. They didn't
Right, so
openly. They didn't openly invite you. They weren't also telling you no.
But
Okay.
Basher's
Knowing
thought
how-
process.
knowing how
I don't need
orcs
to
are.
explain it to it, but he would just silently. He would observe, and once they got a certain distance away, he would turn and walk back to camp.
Okay.
I can explain the thought process later, but that's what.
CX would look to Viceler. What are you planning on doing?
Well, thus far they seem to be holding to their own traditions, and I don't expect them to betray those now. So, Thonk, whether we are there or not, is most likely on his own at this point. So there's no reason for us to go and get the glares and distaste of being non-orcs in their camps.
CX would agree with Viceler, but say he doesn't look so good. I think I'm gonna run up and catch up with him.
Okay. So
I'm just worried about knowing how he's. I'm sure we had to almost help him up this hill, as he just struggled. CX would accompany Thonk.
You can make your way up there, and they don't stop you as you go approach, and the others are making their way back
Who
down.
knows, I might be tortured again. I might like it.
The Orog is going to accompany Thonk as well.
Okay.
He's actually bigger than these other guys.
Oh yeah,
So he's not.
Did we
afraid to
bring
go up
both
there.
Orogs or just the one?
just one.
It's the one.
Okay.
Leave one back just in case shit gets out of hand.
And just because I was talking about orcs earlier to chat, just to again clarify something. Technically speaking, the most prolific orcs in all of Faerun are the mountain orcs. There's different degrees of mountain orcs, bigger, smaller, some as big as your head. But over specifically in northeastern Faerun, which is where this campaign is currently taking place, there's a different type of orcs that have been around for a very long time, but are more recent to this world than mountain orcs are, called gray orcs. That's what Thonk is. They're a smaller, less brutal, more civilized version of orcs. Thonk happens to be half gray orc. So that's why he comes off the way he does, as opposed to like, oh, beef, I'd kill you. Like Grommen did before, Grommen being a half mountain orc. Moving on. So you guys make your way up the hill, the three of you, Thonk, the Orog, and Syax, making your way up the hill towards the camps. They said they didn't stop you, and they actually opened up the tents to what clearly would have been her tent. You can see there's a bit of infighting and whatnot going on amongst the others around. It's probably because there's no current chieftain. People are fighting over who has the bigger whatever to become chieftain. But clearly, the ritual or whatever it is that they use to resolve that hasn't been resolved as of yet. That doesn't matter either way. If somebody were to attack them, they'd probably still be decimated because mountain orcs are no joke. So she opens up the tent and goes into it, and I imagine Thonk follows in as well.
Yep.
Does Syax follow in?
Again, Syax would just kind of, he would follow the Orog if the Orog went through. He would kind of stick with the Orog, as we are probably assuming following Thonk.
Okay, and the Orog goes in as well. So the three of you go into the tent. Inside the tent, there's of course all sorts of effigies and whatnot to the faded deity of Urtrus. But you can also see other little minor things to the other gods as well, or so on and so forth. Little like what are they called? Just to make sure that something is there to show a sign of worship to the other gods.
Totems, kind of a thing.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Totems to the other gods, but mostly it's the effigies to Urtrus, right? When you guys go in there, there's clearly a spot that's meant. Oh, Mike, you are so hot. There's clearly a spot where you're meant to sit down on kind of like balled up furs and whatnot that are on the ground, and so she's just kind of like pointing at the area.
CX being very curious about I forget how, is it Eurytris?
Eurytris.
Would she be able to understand me if I just asked curiously who this god is? I assume the Eurytris is the biggest one out of all of the effigies in this tent.
Oh yeah, by far.
So CX he sits down as she kind of gestured and just said, "Who is this? Is it just like, how does she look? How does the statue look? Can you describe it to me?"
It's literally
Is it
the
just
two
the
hands.
hands?
It's the two hands. Yep. The two
He-
white hands. The hands almost look like faded, like paled out, almost like grayish, and the fingernails are kind of long and dirty.
CX, very curious about it and kind of eager about it, would ask kind of what if she could explain this god to him, because learning about Grummish, he's very very eager to learn about new religions, as something that's not something he was brought up with. He always heard about it, but it was nothing that he considered. He's never really followed in the footsteps of a god or anything, kind of like Thonk does, or the nothing that anybody else does here. So he just questions on it, I guess.
Sure. So you're asking her directly, or asking Thonk to ask her?
Asking her, but waiting on a moment of silence if she understands me or not, then may ask Thonk to translate.
You speak in your language. She doesn't seem to respond.
Assuming, because when I talked to the priest in the keep of where I was tortured, he spoke to me in English, or native tongue or whatever.
Yeah.
And I understood.
So unfortunately, she does not respond, and if you had to guess, you don't think that she understands.
Okay. So CX would then just ask Thonk, "Would you mind translating for me?"
Yeah, I'm just see if I have
If you just want to be like, "No, shut up," that's totally fine.
No. I'm looking to see if I have like speak language or whatever it is.
Comprehend language? No, tongues.
Is tongues in 5e?
Yeah, it's a
I do
fourth
have,
level
I
spell,
do
I
have
believe.
tongues. I just don't have it prepared. That's a bummer.
Comprehend, I think, is personal only, isn't it?
I believe so. What level is comprehend?
1.
I don't even think I have it. I don't have it. I think Thonk would say, at least for now is not the time for a detailed education on her while he is on the brink of death.
Mm-hmm. Pick a time, dude. Now's not it.
Once I'm healed, we'll worry about it.
CX nods, apologizing for his.
Oh, he doesn't need an apology. No worries. All right, I sit down to where she gestures for me to sit.
Okay, so she sits down. You sit down. The other two do as well, I imagine, Sax?
Yes. He sat down when she kind of pointed to him. As he's sitting down, he asked about it.
She goes over and gets the paste prepared. What you notice is that the way that she prepares the paste, she actually grabs out of jars different types of maggots are literally poured out of these jars, and she opens them, like pours them out, and then like there's like rotting stuff put inside the jars to keep the maggots fed or whatever. So as she opens it, some flies buzz out as they come to maturity, and then she pours out like maggots and sort of puts them all into like a pestle, and then grabs the mortar and just like starts grinding up these maggots into a nasty paste. You come to the realization it's probably what was just put inside your body yesterday, and was grinding up this nastiness and grabbing these other details and whatnot that are my apologies, grabbing these other details and whatnot that are like just kind of sitting around and adding them to it, and you can tell that pretty much everything is put in there. It looks like just filth and nastiness that's being added in, and certain types of herbs that you're like, oh shit, I know that flower, and grinds it all together into being a bit of a paste. She then takes that paste and with her fingers and her long, dirty fingernails, kind of scrapes it out of the mortar and puts it into a big, long leaf that leaf itself being literally like a think of a large mountain-sized version of like a what's the shit called? Like a poison oak, right? And she rolls up that leaf really tight, so it's like a big, like a fat blunt sort of a thing.
Oh hell yeah!
And she brings it over, and she places it onto this like little imagine it being looking almost like an ashtray that has like a stick in it that you kind of stick it onto it, that she has sitting there, and she gets a little fire going, sparks it up, and goes over and starts burning this
we're
thing.
hotboxing.
Hotboxing.
Hell yeah!
Filth.
Hell yeah! That's so great. CX, enjoy.
Can I roll an investigation check on or I guess a nature check to see what she was using?
Go right ahead.
Because CX kind of want to learn what she's doing so that he could also replicate it. Not to get high or whatever, just yeah. Damn it, never mind.
Get high on ground
There's
up bugs.
fire and dirt.
Mike's welcome to roll as well, but he's having a hard time seeing, so he has to roll at
I was
disadvantage.
gonna say everything I
The thing
roll
is,
is
I grew
with
up on the
disadvantage
city,
right
so I
now.
know all about maggots and disgusting shit like that. But
and-
the flowers and stuff is something I wouldn't know what she's doing about. So.
Nature would be garbage for me, but I could do medicine, Scott.
You
I
can
wouldn't
do medicine.
Can I also roll medicine or no?
Disadvantage. Hey, not bad with disadvantage.
Why are you better at medicine than
No,
than
I
nature?
was the same for you.
Okay, then you're fine.
Doesn't
Here we
matter.
are. Okay, so wow, Mike, that's really good. One of the things that you notice is that she does not just utilizing this nastiness, this filth, clearly putting diseases in there. Some of those diseases are probably going to be purged by the fire, as just burning it.
Yeah.
Others will just be exasperated and allow you to breathe it in. And anyways, you can tell that she's also adding other roots and everything too. Some that you're not familiar with the effects, but if you had to guess with your results, you think that this is not just meant to be a eating more diseases and trying to survive through it. You think you're about to go on a journey.
Oh yeah, this is like shrooms. Let's go.
Yeah. So anyways,
Wow.
she comes over, she lights the thing, and
See, I'm not gonna tell CX anything.
I assume I know what's gonna happen.
all right.
Not with a nature roll like that, mister.
So we'll
She's lighting up, she's burning it. I have probably the best. I am the pyro of the group. I know what she's doing.
just because you like to burn down buildings while people are inside of them doesn't mean that you know what it means to get high.
What are you talking about? I just got tortured a couple months ago when I was.
Just because you like it when people shove needles through both your nipples and your
That
anus
is
doesn't
my
mean
high.
you know. Okay. Anyways, so you she lights it up and so on. I need you guys to make me an intelligence save. Mike, do you roll a disadvantage with that one?
I assume so.
I'm going to double check that for you. Let's see. Poisoned is ability checks and attack rolls, so no. Exhaustion is a ability check, so no.
Okay. Oh wait, I just rolled disadvantage anyway. Whoops.
Well, you rolled the same number.
Nope, but he has to re-roll.
Oh boy,
higher.
one higher.
Oh, that's fun. So the
CX
both
is
of you,
just gonna have a horrible trip.
the both of you guys are going to be going on a bit of a journey.
Intelligence is not my thing.
So we've noticed. Syax, however, is going to be having a bit of a bad trip. It's going to be one of those ones where everything is out to get him. He's kind of like seeing, the universe is like opening up to him and making him aware of the fact that more or less this creature that's coming for him, it's bringing about the end of time and so on. Like your journey is going to be a
Don't
very,
tell
very
me I'm-
bad one.
Is it more memories or just...
So yeah, because trips are a combination of like shit that you're perceiving in the moment with your brain, like kind of communicating
would it
cross-wired
be
and
like
all fucked up and
repressed
shit.
memories that I forgot about? Is my
And, and past experiences. And so I actually would say that literally it's like awakening your mind and it's pulling forward, as you were literally just saying, these old past experiences, the memories that were forced down because of the experience you went across, literally seeing glimpses of people that you knew in the past, somebody that looks very familiar just to a person that you know today, the aged considerably and coming to realize that you fought this creature beforehand and how it was that you guys were able to temporarily banish it in the past, and a lot of things start awakening inside of you. As a matter of fact, a lot of stuff starts awakening inside of you. I'm gonna have to make you make another check afterwards, but what's important to note is that if anybody were to be standing outside of the tent, you'd be hearing lots of screams and horrors that are happening from Syax as he's literally going down this horrible, nightmarish trip. Thunk, those screams and horrors add a bit of a reverie to your trip.
Hey,
You're just
sweet.
great right now, man.
It's a great time. I'm having a good time.
It's like listening to it's like putting on some Zeppelin before you take some
What
edibles.
is the Orog roll? Is he just freaking out too?
Did he come in?
He definitely
He came in and sat down.
definitely came in.
I want to know what he rolled. Yeah, I'm sure he's fine, but
Yep, he's fine.
God damn it.
So anyways, the Orog is doing fine. So Mike, that's like background noise that literally
Yeah, it's
adds
nice.
adds like exactly. It's like you hear the horrors and the screaming as you start to see visions of your own. And one of the visions that you're seeing is literally just kind of things that you've seen many times beforehand. The success of Grumsh, the taking of the lands, the rise of your people. This is something that you've seen many times beforehand in your own dreams and so on and so forth. But it seems real this time. This isn't just like some sort of dream. This is a true vision that you're having. But most importantly, one of the things that you're realizing in your vision is that there is a degree of success. There's a degree of significance that goes to this kind of battle planning, utilizing filth, utilizing disease and whatnot to bring low your enemies before you get there. In your visions, you see Beishra. With his ability to just get in there and be quiet. Beishra utilizing these diseases. Beishra himself being strong, strong fortitude and probably able to survive the stuff that he'd be carrying. But also, you see a very specific flower growing down in the depths of the ocean nearby. Not the ocean, my apologies, of the Sea of Falling Stars. You see it grows somewhere in the Sea of Falling Stars, a flower, and you know that this flower, its name eludes you. You can just see it in your mind's eye, the way that it's designed. It has these very sharp kind of petals that are down there. The petals are made of some sort of thick material, so as like the currents kind of blow back and forth, the petals aren't ripped free. They're able to hold on strong. But the flower looks exactly like a flower that you'd see on the surface. Blooms, opens up, blooms beautifully, so on and so forth. But something with this flower, you can feel it. The will of Urtrus. Kind of like pulling you to it and bringing your attention to it. And you can see an image of that flower having been crushed up in the past and being fed to a creature that was believed to be a god. And that creature being twisted and contorted and ripped from its own, from the inside, making them weaker so they were easy to be defeated. Anyways, all in all, when you guys wake up from your visions, you have poor Syax is now also doing absolutely horribly. Just gonna get out there. I need you guys to roll me Constitution saves.
Just normal ones.
Oh.
Awesome.
The rolls have been so bad.
Awesome. I love that you rolled that poorly. So Syax, you came out fine. So Syax.
Bye.
No, it's actually good. Oh, let me roll for the other guy for you. But he has a big Constitution, so.
The Orog.
Yeah, he's fine. So when you guys come out of it, what's left on you, Syax, I'm gonna have you make another check in a second. What's left on you is you have those markings literally on your chest. It's kind of like what you were breathing in, what you were inhaling filled your lungs with this like horrible disease that kind of like your body was trying to reject and pushing it out. And it literally pushed it out into the markings of hands flayed open, like spread open on your chest. Again, directly over where your lungs are. The same thing is true for the Orog that traveled into the tent with you. But both of you guys are overall able to succeed the check, and that'll kind of fade over the course of the next month or so as that kind of like wears off on you. Mike, however, your curse had already taken a different form beforehand, and it becomes exasperated. No longer do you have blurry vision. Your vision is clear from the one eye that can now see.
Right. I can remove, if it's a curse, I can remove it though.
It's disease.
I can also remove that.
Sure.
I forgot about that. I had lesser restoration.
Sure. But now one of your eyes is completely blind, and the other one is
oh, that's fucking unfortunate.
able to see.
Huh.
Don't
If I
worry,
cast
I'm
lesser restoration?
immediately. We'll get to a moment. You know, finish the RP moment. Like, I was like, oh wow, shit balls. Hold on a second. Bing. Hi.
So what is this? Just on my armor or my
It's on your chest.
robe? It's just on my physical chest.
On your flesh.
Okay. So CX waking up would immediately just kind of burning hands and try to just wipe it off. Not obviously harming himself, but just trying to like physically just burn it straight off. Because I'm imagining it's like a paste.
Yep, but it's more of you being pasty. You a pasty boy. It's a discoloration of your skin.
Oh, okay. But still, he would freak out. Not freak, but like, you know, just kind of like try to wipe it off with just immense flames. Seeing if that would do anything, probably not. But that's kind of what he would do, is just kind of wipe it off.
After everything's said and done and you guys all come back for your trip and she comes back from hers, and she clearly was enjoying it very much herself, only Syax had a bad time. She then looks at all of you and says, you have survived the blessing of Urtrus. We will follow you. You will win this fight. Urtrus will see to it.
Again, in Orcish, correct?
Correct.
I have no idea what the fuck she's doing. Okay.
She looks to the Orog and says, you are big and strong and a beautiful man. You must pay tribute for the blessing of Urtrus. I will find her and you will give her seed.
Okay. Orcs, man.
I wouldn't worry about it. She apparently doesn't know how that works.
Yeah.
She then turns to Thonk and says, and as tribute for what it is that you got as vision, I want Tanaruk. I want Tanaruk in my tribe. I will take him. She points at Syax. His blood is strong enough to survive the blessing of Urtrus. And his blood very well may be strong enough to give me Tanaruk.
What is Tararuk? What would
I'm
that
not
be?
sleeping with her. Don't make
First
me.
of all,
roll
you're.
a religion.
I was like,
roll a
first of all,
religion check.
she's speaking Orcish, buddy. You don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Roll a
make-
religion check.
I am gonna roll a religion check.
And actually, that
Oh wait,
word,
with the disadvantage.
pay the
Disadvantage,
price.
Sorry.
Syax, you have to, of course, roll disadvantage as well, Syax.
Well, that worked.
Jesus,
take
Mike.
it.
Fucking hate you, man. Syax, with disadvantage, you can actually roll a, I suppose an intelligence check.
Odds, you gotta give blood. Evens, you gotta give semen.
Somehow, if it stays in the center, both.
Intelligence?
Yeah, you click on the word on the far left, not a saving throw.
Make sure.
Disadvantage?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea what that word means. Sorry.
That's fine.
Mike, you know what a Tanaruk is.
What?
It's the combination. You know how a tiefling is a combination of a human and a demon, and a Faerun is an elf and a tiefling.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, an elf and a demon. This is a orc and a demon. It's Tanaruk.
That's fine. That
Yeah,
fits
they
my
are-
religion fine. So
They are imposing. They're powerful. They're very rarely born to tribes.
Would
and
I
when
have
they
heard
do,
of the word but have no idea what it is?
The problem is if you understood what she was saying, it's like if somebody's speaking a
Oh, got it.
language that
Okay.
you know a couple words from a language, but they're speaking too fast, so you don't get that word even though you know it. You know what I mean? So if you heard the word, you probably know what it is.
You're
So
not
anyways,
allowed to know, CX.
she says, and you know that any tribe that has a Tanaruk inside of it, very often they rise to prominence inside their tribe. Very often they make some of the greatest war tribes because they got
Gotcha.
literally demon blood inside them. So
I imagine. So
Don't make me sleep with her, Scott.
Thonk gets up.
I can't make you do anything.
Thonk gets up, pulls his hammer, and probably like gives her a respectful salute or bow. And as he's walking, imagine Siax is starting to stand up, but Thonk just puts his hand on his shoulder and kind of pushes you back down to the seat. And he just looks to you. You stay for now. And then he just walks out.
I've been waiting for an old like you. Give me a demon date.
When you come walking out with the
Are
Orog,
we rolling to see how hot this orc? Okay.
You don't know. She worships an orcish god of rotting and disease. How hot do you think she is?
CX is very curious about it, honest. Not her, but like the god.
There would be maggots climbing out of her hoo-ha.
I doubt any of the bodily hygiene is good. Have fun, man.
Mike, when you two come walking out of the tent, it's almost like they were expecting, waiting for you to come walking out of the tent, because there are those. When you see an Orog come walking in, that is some good stock right there.
Mhm.
You want it's like when Chris Hemsworth comes walking in town, they're just like, I'll have some. Not everybody, of course, but there are people that are like, I'll have some. So there are people of the tribe that are like, yeah, no. When he comes walking out, there are a few of the tribe that have just stepped forward and been like, yes, please, may I have a dose? And so they very quickly kind of grab him and lead him away. And so when it approaches you, because nobody wants to sleep with a half breed, so especially a small puny one like you. So you just don't have seed worth noting. So what ends up come over to lead you away is a group of orcs, and they come say, "You survive, Yotris?"
Of course. Why would you think otherwise?
Then it's yours. Come. And they lead you down, back down the mountainside to the hill where you had fought the guy and where his body had rotted out. And, like, you can still see a bit of rot there as you approach, like some crows that were there, and you can literally see crows are eating some of the body, but then there's like dead crows nearby because like the rotting food that they
It's
eat
just all
also
rotting
kills
shit. Yeah.
Yep. But there's like maggots and whatnot still crawling on top of it. They go over and they gesture towards the his stuff that's on the ground, and they say, "It is yours. You kill him. You keep it."
I would respectfully just start gathering that shit then.
You go over. It's like you pick up the stuff and you have like the weapon that's like.
Yeah, it's
Yay.
like great. Like, thank you for all his wonderful objects.
Boots and whatnot that are.
It's like I wait for them to kind of leave and I just kind of like hurl it off a cliff.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, as you're going above that and you go to pick up the cloak, as you pick up the cloak, you hear a whisper in your mind.
Hey, little mama, what you doing?
As you.
Hey there, fuzzy little man, Peach. You ever drink Bailey's out of a shoe?
I'm a whispering grub. How you doing?
Yummy. Oh.
So
Hakuna Matata. No, so he all of a sudden you feel like a whisper in your mind, as you're literally picking up and kind of like starting to clean off the cloak. Something about the cloak kind of like catches you. Do me a favor, roll me a investigation check. Still disadvantage because you're all fucked up and your eye is we're gonna get to that penalty in a minute.
Investigation is not my strong suit.
Oh, you rolled a natty 20 and a 4.
all right.
What was that?
That's a cloak, all right. That's what he figured out with a 5.
Oh, something about this cloak stands out to you. You just have no idea what it is. It's like, pardon me. That's what it says. No, it's like you feel a whisper in your mind. You're not sure where it came from. If you had to guess, because you felt these whispers in your mind before, almost like kind of giving you inklings of things, your hammer has done it in the past.
And the cloak is going on.
So you take the cloak and you kind of throw it down a couple times to knock off most of the maggots. Well, that's a couple. Who cares? There's a few on there. You throw the cloak on and you fasten it to yourself. As soon as you put the cloak on, you can see that the other orcs regard you differently. Right off the bat, don't worry about the other features. You're going to get a +1 charisma for wearing this cloak, sir.
Woo! Charisma. +1.
Correct. Make sure you note somewhere what your actual charisma is.
Yeah, I will.
And we can worry about the other details of the cloak in a second. Syax.
Wait, can I cure my disease?
We'll get to you in a minute.
Damn it.
How long has this gone by of like him walk, or is this immediately
already
happened?
made 3 demon babies.
Well, no. What I wanted to reflect on the memories that I had.
So as they leave the camp and he's like, no, you stay here for now, you take the moment to kind of like reflect on these memories.
Yeah, I wanted to meditate a little bit just for the moment that they're all, the Ogors getting fucked and to death, and
I was going to have you make me do me a favor and make me an intelligence check again, but this time I'm going to allow you to roll flat, not disadvantage.
Oh,
You
there
did
you
very well.
pretty much all of the memories that came to pass, you're able to grasp onto. They're wispy. It's kind of like foggy and everything, but you see the images. You see, just as though you were trying to actually remember them. You know what I mean? How you only have partial memories, like it's fucking perfect, pictographic, right? So, but you have foggy memories of everything that you experienced beforehand. You're able to put two and two together, the person before and the person now. You can see it. You can see the similarities there. You're able to make those connections, so on and so forth. As you're coming to these like realizations, as you're remembering how it was that you had fought this creature and defeated it beforehand, banished it, I should say beforehand. As you're remembering all these things, you distract it from what's going on in the real world. You distract it from her walking over behind you. You distract it from her lowering her cloak and then her robes and so on. You distract it from her getting together the other herbs that she starts lighting inside of the room, getting together the other incense that are going to activate other parts of your mind and send you reeling down another, rabbit hole of let's say drug-induced euphoria. And as you're sitting there, and it's kind of like you're gonna have you make an intelligence save. That's what you guys did last time, right? Make me intelligence save again. But before you do that, it's like as you're kind of like putting these things together, you feel your mind get a little bit foggy again. At first, you think it's because of the memories kind of slipping away, but that's when you kind of start realizing, no, there's something else here. Make me your intelligence save.
As they slip away, you slip somewhere else. Biological wow.
Okay, with a 14, you're able to realize that this is more drugs being filled into the air. It was kind of like realize that you're being drugged again. You don't know if maybe this is supposed to happen or not. So imagine you look around, and that's when you see the naked orc woman before you, standing at her impressive, like 6'4", muscular, all over. Clearly somebody that has walked up and down mountains times and times again, climbed cliff faces and seen battle and has fought. This is not a scrawny person by any stretch.
Can I stealthily dive out of the tent?
Oh, she's coming towards you. She's looking directly at you. And says,
Fireball. I'm kidding.
Says to you something in Orcish.
CX, good luck.
Again, the haze is growing deeper
Hang
and
on,
whatnot
Jack.
as the drugs are taking more effect.
You have to remember that too.
Hang on.
What?
Before anything crazy happens,
Uh-oh.
just want to get some mood music.
Oh.
Can I have my so the audience can see? Can my familiar watch this for the audience?
All right. Oh yeah, some royalty-free, sexy love-making music, baby.
I gotta turn this on here.
I don't know. I kind of want to hear it now.
Yeah, me too.
Let's all just go listen.
Ziax, describe your lovemaking.
I was actually gonna try to.
Do you start with the horns or the penis?
Just wait.
Hold on, everybody, be quiet for a second.
I was actually gonna throw a spell.
Oh my god, that's amazing. All right, well, back to game. Oh my god, it's amazing. All right, so what's called? She says, Kanhara.
Yeah, not knowing what the fuck she says. Just under my breath.
You the gesture.
Just under my breath. I want to cast Enthrall on her.
Oh, don't worry. She's tall.
In a diff. Yeah. I assume I know what. I assume I know what she's gonna do. So I'm still gonna try to enthrall, so that I can try to not have sex with a rotting corpse lady.
Her corpse isn't rotting. She's a living body that's rotting.
In the inside out.
She squeezed the maggots out before she undressed.
So as she's approaching you and you seem to have concerns, she goes, Anyar Nabundar, Tanaruk, Kanhara. And this is when you actually can clearly hear the word Tanaruk. And so you actually do know what that word means.
Now that she's speaking it slowly and shit like that.
Exactly. So
there's no way she can understand me, right?
Very likely not. She probably, or maybe she knows a couple of words in common. You know what I mean? Like where is the bathroom?
Well,
So-
no, like, so this is gonna sound weird. I would totally be down to do whatever the fuck she wanted me to do.
It was a 16 of hotness. Chat just rolled for it. 16 hotness.
Okay.
Who rolled?
Get in there, buddy.
Who rolled?
Jared did.
Jared Versaw.
I wanted to make kind of an exchange because right now I'm not getting anything. I wanted to see if there would be any way that she could teach me or give me
Oh,
the same powers. Shut the
Speak slow. Speak slowly in pantomime.
What?
Speak slowly in pantomime.
This song, chat, is called "You Are My Lady." Oh,
So you
it's-
basically speak slowly and talk with your hands, trying to describe what you're trying to say.
I want no, just
Because when we come to the next break, it's going to be an extended break as Mike needs to go handle some stuff. Okay.
basically I would want to. So, does my enthrall work on her?
Boop, in chat.
Oh, my bad.
It is your bad. You are correct.
Yep. I clicked on it, but it didn't go. There you
Well,
go.
there's drugs to help with that in the air right now.
Yeah,
All
man.
right, so you weave distracting string of words, causing the creature of your choice that can see you within range, that can hear you, make wisdom saving throw. Any creature that can't be charmed succeeds the saving throw automatically. If you and your companions are fight, blah, blah, blah. On a failed saving throw, the target disadvantage on perception checks made to perceive any creature other than you. So more or less, you have her enthralled. She wants to listen to you, to watch you. So it doesn't
But
matter
can
whether
she
that.
understand me is the thing.
No, enthrall doesn't do that.
I figured not.
Yep. So try to get a point across before because I can't react until you act.
Right. So very slowly, CX will try to explain that he wants to learn the ways of. I forget the god's name. Yorshaw. Yurtris. That he wants to learn the ways of Yurtris.
She's about to show you the ways.
I that's the way she wants to do. I want to learn the ways.
Handprints are right there. You just have to match them.
How did
She
your
wants
character?
to learn the ways of poison, of disease.
But you're saying words and she can't understand the words exactly. So how are you like pantomiming this, trying to exaggerate the point?
I will give you the sex if you teach me the disease.
Soft jazz trumpets
I
intensify.
like the double fist motion you did. That did well for you.
he's like, bring me to the Olympics. Sex for diseases.
You
Awesome.
give me double fists, I give you.
Okay, anyways. So you try to like pantomime this, and it's very much she's trying to understand what it is that you're trying to say, but she's hearing you say the word
He tries
Yurtris.
to get up. He walks over to where she was doing the
Woozy.
right. Well, she was doing the alchemy. You know, where she was using the grindstone, and he kind of points to this, and he kind of, you know, show me. Uses his eyes to kind of like and picks up the grindstone. Obviously, very woozy, not grabbing the pedestal thing, but you know, show me.
Do me a favor now that you've kind of done that sort of a thing. Roll me, because you're trying to get the point across.
Persuasion.
Roll me, no, a charisma, flat charisma check.
Flat charisma.
Okay. She's watching you, seeming like intensely watching, and she nods slowly, and goes over, and she grabs the mortar, she grabs the pestle, she grabs some maggots from each of the jars that she did beforehand, and a couple of the other things that were in there, and starts recreating the same concoction she made beforehand. This time, you standing there, over her, I suppose under her naked shoulder, because you're way shorter, watching her do it. After she finishes putting this whole concoction back together again, she goes over to where there's already drugs filling the room, and they're making you woozy and groggy and euphoric and so on and so forth, but have it like overtaken your mind, so you're able to keep a bit of presence of mind. She goes over and sticks the thing onto where it was, lights it up like it was beforehand, and then goes over to you and starts peeling off of you your clothing. She has a strong grip.
I have a mantle of flame. No, I guess we'll just let that go then.
Okay. And one of
Would
the
I
things
have understood what the plants and all that stuff were, getting a closer look at them now?
do me a favor, roll me, and of course you do have your.
Advantage on this, or no?
I was gonna say you have disadvantage normally because of the drugs
drugs
that
and
are in your.
stuff? Okay.
But it's your second time seeing it. I'll let you roll normal for it.
That what?
That was my cat.
I was like, it sounds like a cat being an asshole. That's what it sounds like.
No, just a flat nature.
Please.
Good roll.
You understand what most of those herbs were, but without like writing down the recipe, it's not like
Not
you
knowing
remember
where to
exactly
find
what
them
that-
and stuff, but I recognize them enough to where it keeps in my mind.
Correct. I would say you probably got like 80% of the rest of the ingredients in your mind and a basic understanding of the recipe beyond that.
20% nipple.
And
Before we
then,
move on, this
nine
one's.
boot.
Before we move on, chat. Next one's called "I Can't Make You Love Me."
So appropriate.
Turning it back on for this.
Oh yeah.
Mike, you might want to turn up the volume of that. Just for
Sure,
everybody.
sure.
There you go. There you go. And then Zyax. What happens next is she
I've got boxes to pick up. Go, keep
peels your
going.
clothing off of you. And Zyax, I need you to roll one more check for me, my friend. I need you to roll for me.
Wait. Can I have that? Can I have that spicy button of yours? There you go.
Did we get a name for this orc?
Oh, we did not get her name yet.
So for the sake of it, the next song is called "Lily Was Here."
Oh!
We want to call
Awesome.
her Lily.
All right, there you go. So, really quickly, Zyax, if you could just do me a favor, roll me another intelligence save.
It's good, right, Wayne?
Oh, yeah.
And guess what? You have another horrible trip.
Fuck yeah. Okay.
Let's take a break.
Go.
All right.
Mike,
Be
you
back.
can leave this music up on.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's Central. Where's My Woman Wednesdays? And we're playing some smooth tunes over the airwaves.
Just so
for
nice
all
that it's
ya.
not me having to suffer through it for once.
It wasn't Basher either.
Actually, could you just do me a favor, Sax? Can you roll for satisfaction? Because you're tripping a bad trip, you have to roll.
Let me pop Lily was here is on.
How do you roll for satisfaction?
Ooh! What is
It's gonna be
this?
D20 with disadvantage.
Listen to this, Wade.
How do I do? I just like.
Okay, I'll
roll
show
that?
you. I'll show you. It goes like this. 1d20.
Okay.
It's good.
Copy and paste that.
Ooh, it's funky.
With the brackets and all that too.
This is how Seax feels after Lily got her way with him.
Send me the link to that. I want to play it tonight when I go to bed.
Oh, he's not satisfied at all.
It was crap.
it was garbage.
She's a 16. How in the world was it that
Maybe
bad?
hot, but this is.
It's not. It's not as kind, and she's bigger than him.
No. What were the two rolls? It was a 7 and a.
I only saw a 7.
Yeah, I only see a 7.
Oh, didn't you show the other number?
Nope.
What other number?
See,
Oh,
it says 7.
disadvantage.
Oh,
Why-
I rolled 1d20, keep lower one. Oh, that was. I fucked up the. Hold on. I gave you the wrong code.
Oh, does he
There you go.
roll? Is he rolling again?
There you go. Yeah, because it was rolled wrong.
So he could be more satisfied, or less.
Oh!
It was
Wow.
Or less.
Wow.
so bad I died.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The chafing.
So good.
The chafing.
Instantly.
I mean, your fucking groin muscles are pulled. You're sore all over. Your back was against a rock.
I
the
feel
whole
like he
time.
needs the Constitution save now.
There's claw marks on your face, and
I lost half of my hit points. It was just terrible.
Yep. Oh man, and you just oh God, and the diseases that you likely contracted. Oh.
And she made you clean up that mess you made when you fireballed everywhere.
Anyways, in the end, it ended quite horribly for you, and you probably regret going along with it. However, we can get back to that in a minute. Everybody else is back down by the tent. Make sure, is there anything you wanted to do, Vice, or anything you wanted to do before Thog and everybody returned to the tent, because they were there for a considerable amount of time?
Not me.
Cool. Then we will have you guys waiting down there while
Are you sure there's nothing you wanted to do? I thought you wanted to do something.
No, I did it. I did it in my own time. I don't need to.
roll me a perception investigation check.
Oh, me?
Hmm.
Do I have advantage or anything, or just regular?
You have all the time in the world.
So advantage.
Oh yeah. While you do certainly find a whole bunch of details and whatnot, nothing that needs to be said immediately. We can go over it later. Yeah,
Okay.
don't worry about it. So, anyways, you guys eventually Thonk makes his way back down there alone. Womp womp.
Womp womp. I
Can't
cure my
get
disease.
No satisfaction.
Bing. I bing my disease.
It's the walk of painful shame for CX.
Well, Thug gets down there well before CX does.
Yeah.
So Thug, you go down there hours after everybody else had gone down before the Orog and CX. Do you do anything or?
Cure, lesser restoration.
So lesser restoration. Bing! You finally feel significantly better. So much of your body has been cleansed of all the horrors that you've gone through, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Except your eye.
God damn it! I knew you were gonna keep that.
Mm-hmm. It's still not functioning. I imagine when you get back down to your camp and you're contemplating other prayers or grumps you can use, you grab a mirror or something to reflect with, maybe
Yeah.
a shiny sword, part of that weapon that was attacking you,
Yeah.
polish it a bit. You look into it. What you see is you still have your iris, as you've always had beforehand. Of course, it's the white of your eye. You have your iris. And then instead of a pupil, you have a small white hand over your eye.
Huh. Great.
Would that be like remove curse?
I could give that a shot. I would need to wait till tomorrow though to have it prepared.
I think I can do it for you if you'd like to let me try.
Oh yeah.
Try.
If you have it.
I feel like there needs to be some discussion before this happens.
Walks up to Weissler. Weissler, can you remove a curse for me? Oh, sure. Why? Just do it. Okay.
Exactly. That really would be the discussion, basically.
There you go. I don't think I have to roll anything. Just cast it.
So you touch all curses affected on one creature object end. The eye does not regain functionality.
God damn it. If I look into the reflection, is the white palm still there?
Yes, it is.
All right, then I would fashion a makeshift eye patch for now. Then, some twine, some string, a piece of cloth that I can.
Basher's
Is
good for that.
Worth trying? Can I dispel magic your eye?
I can do that. I have that prepared always. So I mean, I could cast spell magic, but I have a feeling this is beyond that at this point.
If you like, I can fireball your eye.
No, I'm good.
If you like, I can do a medicine check and try and drain it.
You
No,
made enough mess
absolutely
with
not.
CX.
So some twine, a ripped piece of cloth, just kind of tie it around back at an angle, just to keep the eye covered.
You're a pirate.
Yep. But I would just maintain that. But if the lesser restoration removed all the other negatives that were associated that I was getting, then that's at least a lot better than I was.
The way that it plays out, and I'm just going to utilize the rules of what a Cyclops gets in 5e.
Okay.
It works like this.
Oh, I feel like it has to do with the cloak.
Poor depth perception. The
And
Cyclops,
any attack roll more than 30 feet away. Okay. Honestly, not that bad for the way I fight.
I was gonna say you just go up and touch things. You're
Yeah,
fine.
that's not bad at all.
It's also it's just attack rolls. It's also perception checks as well.
That makes sense. I'm fine with that. I mean,
Disadvantage on perception and attack rolls more than 30 feet away.
makes sense. That's unfortunate because of how high my perception is, but
You know, I mean, at least if you roll a 1, it's not the end of the world for your character, right?
yeah, it's still a 9.
Yeah, we'll go back to the church and they'll fix you up.
Yeah, I have a feeling
They'd love to have you in their debt.
this is the quote unquote blessing for right now. Perhaps he's using me as a vessel to see things. I don't know. Fuck if I know. That's why I'm covering this shit up for now anyway, just in case.
There you go. There's a updated version if you want to copy and paste that onto your character sheet.
All right.
Perfect. Okay. I don't know why you're complaining. Why are you complaining?
Because I lost sight out of one of my eyes and I have the palm of a god I don't worship over my pupil.
Yeah, but what's your god name?
I know he's the one-eyed god. No, I know that, but it's
His
not
name
by.
is literally Grumpschwarm.
But it's not by his hand.
That's
I've
weird.
lost
That lady
my
called
vision.
CX the one I'd got after.
Oh.
Well, we didn't get we.
Oh god.
First of all, hold on. We didn't get a.
stream. End the stream.
We didn't. We didn't get a performance check to know. So could we get one of those?
Performance check with disadvantage, right? Or does that one get advantage because she drugged him?
Oh no, he gets advantage on performance.
Yeah, we'll give him advantage. Why
It was
not?
still bad.
She got hers. She got
It was
hers.
bad for you, not necessarily for her.
Advantage on performance. I actually get to be the butt end of every joke.
You could be the one-eyed god, or you could be the god of pestilence and disease. I mean, we don't know, depending on how you roll.
Advantage performance. It's an easy charisma check.
Come
Am
on.
I actually rolling something, or
Oh yeah, we're all waiting for you. Chat demands it.
Advantage performance.
Yeah.
what am I rolling
No,
now?
it's a skill. It's a skill on your character.
Yeah,
sheet.
it's a skill.
Advantage, skill, performance.
Where?
It's
Under,
below perception.
but make sure
That's not
but
advantage.
you gotta
sir.
click advantage at the
Yeah,
top
you have
first.
to click advantage.
We don't want your lame, mediocre result.
There.
There it is.
Yeah.
There
Too
it is.
higher.
She got hers.
She got
One
some
higher than her looks.
she got some city boy loving.
All right, that means it's more likely to take, statistically speaking, if a lady orgasms. More likely pregnancy.
We're going to skip past that one and keep on moving.
Congratulations, you're a dad.
Just wait till we get back to like the West Coast and you get that like nasty lawyer dwarf that shows up for child support payments.
That's the big arc for next season is the struggling with newfound parenthood.
I just want to point out that Tyler is not a father. Just want to point that out.
I am not a father. I am
Statistically, just saying, Tyler is not a father.
not a father. Don't even try and get into that because
Okay, just saying.
No,
Yes,
I'd like
we
to
still
move
have the
on.
rest of the
I'd
season.
like to move on.
There was a lot of points like I was thinking about like
Hey,
during.
neither is Wade, and he's married.
All I'm saying is, I'm a daddy. Moving on.
If we got Brittany out here right now, she would say her disappointment in that.
Jesus.
Even Mike's followed
This
over
has
from
to
that.
stop.
Oh my gosh, died.
Dude, I almost died.
This is so great.
Oh my god.
Too tired
Alright.
for this shit.
Maybe you should get the music back on for yourself.
I
Mike.
know. All right,
All right,
we're
back to-
switching.
Eventually, so many hours later, it's now nightfall again. Syax is released from his entrapment. He is woozy, wobbly-legged, literally in pain for various reasons, and coming down from like 3 or 4 different highs that he's been experiencing for many, many hours. I imagine that you're literally, as you're like stumbling your way down the hill, you actually will kind of collapse over and vomit a little bit and everything. This is not an enjoyable experience. From soup to nuts has not been an enjoyable experience. There might be some good that came out of it, but for now, it's fucking horrible. Anyways, you start as you're making your way down the hill. You honestly kind of like feel like you're zoning in and out of consciousness, like somebody that's just like too drunk and trying to make their way upstairs. But then you eventually feel kind of like I want to say a comforting hand that grabs you and helps you walk. It's in your stupor that you think it's a comforting hand. It's literally the Orog grabbing you by the back of your clothing and kind of hoisting you enough that your legs are kind of like marionette walking on the ground next to him as he's making his own way down the hill, trying to make sure you don't injure yourself. Last thing he wants is Thonk being upset because you did something for the benefit of being injured, doing something for the benefit of the tribe, right? So he's kind of like helping you marionette walk down the hill.
Oh, the aura got laid a bunch too.
Eventually, when he sees Trunny, he literally just kind of like half throws you to Trunny and tries to. I do remember.
You know, it's really sad. I imagine Trunny. Have you guys seen Rick and Morty? Do you remember the episode where all the Ricks and there's like the Rick that nobody likes?
No, the nice
I
guy.
imagine that's the Trunny is what Trunny is to the other orcs. But Jerry really likes Trunny. Jerry gets along with Trunny great.
I watched one episode of Rick and Morty and I was like,
Okay, well, I already don't like you, so don't finish your sentence.
You need to have a galaxy IQ to understand Rick and Morty, Scott.
of course, because there's just an angry drunk old guy that makes a whole bunch of meta jokes. Ooh.
It's basically like Scott
Okay, fair enough. But I'm not drunk all the time.
that we know of.
And Trunny will bring you over to your. You guys don't really have many tents. You only have a few tents with your roaming warband, but brings you over to where it is that you'd be sleeping, and just kind of like unceremoniously flops you onto the ground. The rest of the party would see at the tail end of this. It's the middle of the night, so everybody here sleeps normally, don't they? They do. So actually, nobody would see this. It'd be the next morning that people would notice that you're kind of back. You know, maybe they go to check on you. I don't know who would do it. We'll say, because he's your best friend, Vice Lord. We go to check on you.
I was gonna say I'd probably wake up first, just not being able to sleep very well. I assume 6 to 8 hours go by. It's probably out of my system, yeah.
Yeah. The after effects, of course, are going to linger. You're going to be dealing with.
I'd be lingering where Viceler would be sleeping, or near his tent, or wherever he is. I wouldn't be sitting next to him, but I would be
What a beautiful day on this mountainside.
close enough to where I can converse with him once he's up and ready.
Your character's going through a mild degree of like withdrawals as your body's trying to like come back from this. And while Thonk is going to be able to take it a little bit better than you because he's going to take as many doses by far as you did, even Thonk's feeling like the ache the next day. You're going to be, both of you guys are going to be feeling, you, Syax, much more, but both of you guys are going to be feeling for the next like 2 or 3 days. Yeah. Kind of like a withdrawal-esque symptoms.
Baishra would go to Thonk's quarters or whatnot to talk to him that morning as well.
So we'll have Baishra go to Thonk really quickly, and then we'll have Syax go to Viceler. Baishra.
So what of it, Thonk? What happened?
They will be following us and taking orders from us. They'll help us on the assault at the keep.
Anything else?
I'm trying to think of the first thing. The Orog and Syax were to remain behind as tributes, but only temporarily. No bloodletting or any of that.
Fair enough. Do you know if they've returned or when they would return?
I imagine CX would have returned either late last night or early this morning, depending on when they were through with him. The Orog the same time.
What of the eye patch?
I've lost vision in one of my eyes. I'll be fine.
Basher would gesture to want to see what it looks like. Just
Sure,
out of
he'd
curiosity.
flip it up.
Do I need to roll anything if I recognize it or anything, Scott?
You
Would he
can
even
roll
see
a
it?
religion
It's in the pupil, isn't it?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
would you be
have
really
to-
wanting to look at his blind eye? Like that's.
He's
Basher
asking.
wants to know what happened. He wasn't there, and there's
I agree.
he has his reasons.
Yeah, no, I understand. Basher's,
I
of course,
understand.
but he's the other commander of this army, and he has a lot of responsibility.
My thing is, how close would you have to be to see that hand? Is it like a big hand over the...
It's literally taking over the entire pupil, as well as like a little bit around it. You can see it. Roll me a religion check to see if you would get it. But again, because you're not familiar with orc cultures, with disadvantage. Oh.
Oh, disadvantage. Sorry. I rolled worse anyway.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you wouldn't know the significance of that god, and it would you. Why would you? It's a lesser deity.
I'm also not well known in religion as it is anyway. I've lived in nature. I wasn't around society.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make sense.
So I take it you can't see.
Correct. I'll survive.
As long as it's not a hindrance, which with you I don't believe much is.
Grumsh lost his eye. And if he can ascend to deity, a deity status, then I'll be fine without mine.
Acceptable.
We should check if CX has returned.
And for the Orog as well.
I'm sure they'll be fine, if a little exhausted. And he'll kind of flip the patch back down and hoist his hammer up over his shoulder and clasping his new cloak to his shoulder, head on out and see if CX has returned. But I know you want CX and Vicelor to have a scene first, so.
And so, Syax, you're there. When Vicelor wakes up, it's kind of one of those... Syax is sitting there, creeping over you, breathing into your mouth.
I have sex!
Just so you know, Wade, you can taste it.
I was half thinking of just like killing her like halfway through the act, but
I thought your opening words to me.
no.
I was thinking of killing her halfway through, but I got.
CX would say to Vicelor, "Hey, do you have a moment? We need to talk."
Yes. Does CX look okay? Or does it look like shit this morning?
Not
Scott,
having slept, he probably looks very rustled, and obviously you could see he hasn't slept very well.
You took a long time to return, and you don't look very good.
Yeah, they made me have sex with that orc.
Oh.
Regardless, when we went up there, and I would kind of just reminisce of everything that happened up until the act of us doing that, but I would tell Vicelor vividly what I saw in my visions, which over the 3 or 4 whatever trips that I had, I want to CX would have clearer and clearer visions, faceless people, but I would have remembered Vicelor's armor, as it would be a blue and white gold trimming armor, as he kind of wears something similar to now. Obviously it's just robes, but
Back then it wasn't.
back then it wasn't. Okay.
Back then he was trying to be a melee fighter, which he also sucked at.
Okay. Well, my point is, Syax would discuss with you. Do you remember anyone from your past party wearing
Which party?
when you fought the monster?
Which time?
The
Our
first
fight
time.
on the bridge was my 4th, 5th encounter with the creature.
The first big battle you've reminisced with me about. There was a dwarf, I remember.
The one where he'll touch the earring. The one where we got this.
No, before that. No. Yeah, my memory is hazy. I can't remember. But I had a vision when I was up in that hut of a dwarf in red and gold armor. Do you remember? Or is that just these drugs playing tricks on my mind?
Ranmir. Ranmir, yes. Battle axe, yes?
Yes, exactly. I
Mm.
don't know why, but in my vision, he came in a lot more vividly than the rest of our team. What do you
Well, I
think of
believe
that?
he was the one that struck the blow that finally showed some damage to the creature before we were able to. Well, it cost everything to send the creature away. I was the only one who walked away that day. But we did succeed in both injuring it and sending it off
Do you
temporarily.
think that this vision of mine, as horrible as last night's actions had, this could be the one possible thing that could lead us to banishing this creature? I know this war is not our own, but we are using it as a means to get an answer. But do you think these visions hold any truth to it? Do you think we should look up Ranmir's axe, his armor, perhaps? Ranmir, if he's even around.
Branmir would not be around, as I highly doubt he possessed the same ability to return as you did. The battlefield was a wasteland. Again, it cost everything to send that creature away, and the devastation from its final attempts to stay and from the party giving everything they had resulted in catastrophic death. Only my cowardice saved me that day. As I began running, the moment that the creature let out the scream when its ear was separated. Not a proud moment, but
But a moment that showed weakening for the creature. I've thrown
only the creature.
fireballs, you've thrown your blasts. Hell, even Basher and Thonk have even tried. Nothing pierced its flesh.
Perhaps it was the magic of the axe. Perhaps it was something cast by someone else that temporarily took the creature's defenses down. It's hard to say.
True.
However, we could investigate it. Groomsh and Thonk's visions have already indicated to us that the answer does lie within the party. So perhaps it is with our memories, or perhaps it's something else. However, I do think that it's beneficial for you to remember as much as possible, as well, you stayed behind fighting as I fled that day. I do not know how long after that earlobe was struck that the banishment worked, as again, I was facing the opposite way. I was not a good fighter, nor am I now, but at least now I'm willing to stay and fight to the death, whereas then, not so much. You are having memories from a past lifetime. You are not the same person, yet you are. It's something I've not encountered before. And
Nor have I, but the visions that I had up on that hut seem to unlock a past that I have forgotten. I don't know what drugs they used, but I remember a good deal of them. I don't want to be on this drug, but it did make me remember. Perhaps it would have a possible side effect on you, a possible common effect on you.
effects and side effects. However, I'd be wary about using such a drug on myself, as it's not only my memories I may invoke, and if I get too strong of a recollection of this creature's past, perhaps... If its will is stronger than mine, and part of its essence is contained in me right now, I fear losing myself. As I feel my deterioration occurring now, I do not fully understand whether my deterioration is simply just the creature slowly eroding me, or whether it's also my mental faculties as the creature may be taking me as a vessel. I have thought long and hard on what this means, and I do not have an answer. However, getting these memories is a double-edged blade. It could be very good for us, could be very good and very bad, or it could just be very bad. Worth the risk, perhaps, but I do not believe that is a decision I should make on my own. Perhaps we should discuss it as a full party and see, but it may need to wait till after the Red Wizards are defeated. But it could be worth trying. Perhaps even the creature's own memories could give me, if I can even access them, which I'm not sure I can. I'm just simply postulating on the possibilities.
Perhaps when we get to the library, we should see if there is any hidden relics or any notes of a battle axe that could be found. Perhaps we should just keep this between you and I. It could just be gibberish.
The only survivor of that battle was me and the creature, as far as I'm aware. 2 survivors. Whether there would be any note of it would be surprising. However, if the item was in fact of a legendary descent, perhaps
if it was found,
If it was found, it wouldn't be on this coast. Well, perhaps it could. Who knows? We are on this coast.
And that was many years ago.
Yes. The creature was sent away. May not have had a chance to devour the item. I'm not sure. Worth investigating. Again, possibly worth our time, possibly not, but hard to say at this point.
CX would just kind of pat Weisler on the back and go to get food.
As you walk away, he would. I did sound rather intelligent there, didn't I?
When you go to get food, you just see Beishra with 6 plates of breakfast.
He would be coming over with a squirrel that he burned for you and just kind of plops it on your plate. Good morning, Beishra. How are you doing this morning?
He'd just eat it and smile.
That's my RP moment with you.
Scott, come back to us. Scott, come back.
Oh, I thought Mike afterwards was going to go and approach Syax. Oh, okay. You said that you wanted to go find him, but you wanted to.
No, I just wanted to make sure he was back. That was all he was going to do, is make sure he's here.
Imagine we would all just kind of like meet up in like the
Yeah, more or less.
ground and
Because
just
we just need for the other orcs to show up, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they will. So that was that morning. You guys are having a conversation. They're a tribe, a nomadic tribe. So by the late morning, their camp is completely broken down, and they're making their way towards you. You never got to find out how many numbers they were strong beforehand. You didn't get to fully scout them out or anything like that. You approached them, killed one of their leaders, had other intimate moments, and then took some rotting clothing and left. When they join you, you can see that their tribe is not small by any stretch of the imagination. They're actually about 400 strong.
Ooh, nice.
Now, their chieftain is dead. None of you are the chieftain. It's like you earned that right or anything like that. You are not an orc. You're a human. You're not welcome to have that right. However, they have seemingly resolved whatever situation it is. There's another very large, very dumb seeming orc that is walking around looking to be the chieftain. You know it's the chieftain because they've introduced themselves to you as much, but you also know that when they regard you, they look at you very angrily, occasionally eyeing the cloak that you have.
He's not being subtle about it?
They're orcs.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry. And so do you address it at all or just leave it be?
I would address it. I think Thonk would just, after maybe seeing him look at it a few times, just simply say, if you wish to take what I wear, you have to take it the same way I took it from your leader.
You can see like there's that moment where he like grips the weapon because they always walk around with their weapons in hand.
Yeah, of course.
Where he grips that weapon, he contemplates it, but then he looks over and he sees the what's it called, shaman, approaching nearby, and looks back at you. It's almost like he gives you that look like you're lucky that she's here right now.
Mom's here, otherwise.
And so he lets it go, but they are willing to join into the fight. So the two of you, Wade and Pat, have already had your conversation about things. But did you really explain any plans that you've maybe thought of so far, Thonk, or you just gotta keep that to your chest?
I think he would explain up to this point that it would be in Beishra's best interest to discuss tactics with the shaman, while Thonk rather is not opposed to how they operate. He's also not one that also sneaks around. He's not a rogue in any stretch. He's not apt or adept at it. And in seeing the vision of Beishra working with them and carrying whatever poisons they end up giving him, he would definitely let Beishra know he should be speaking with the shaman as soon as he has a chance about how they will operate in the dark.
Sort of those moments where Beishra goes to approach the shaman, and the shaman casts him aside. I'm not going to speak to you. You're filth. And then eventually it's like, you go over there. And,
if that even happened,
earned his right. Well, go ahead.
I would say even if that happened, Thonk would just would tell her within his visions he saw Beisha working with them, if that helps.
Yeah. Also, he has earned his rights to
Yeah.
serve alongside these orcs and so on and so
yeah.
forth. And so it's one of those things where, don't judge him by the depth of his scales, but the orc that lies within, sort of a thing. And like, oh, it's nifty the human thinks that. Good job, buddy. But that's kind of like, eventually she goes to work with Beishra. And so, Beishra, you don't speak Orcish, do you?
Nope.
Okay. So how are we going to handle that situation?
Beisher knows Vicelor speaks Orcish, having seen it in the past, so he'd probably try and get Vicelor to come over to help out.
Vicelor the translator.
Because he knows Thonk probably has other stuff he needs to focus on and things to do, so he
That's
didn't want
fine.
to bother Thonk.
I'm excited
So
to
he's
watch.
like, all right, you know stuff. You can be an interpreter.
So you guys, more or less, you communicate back and forth about tactics and whatnot. Very quickly in conversation, Tyler, you're able to discern that their general tactic is war, blood, guts, horror, typical way that the orc travels. Russian there, very little tactic whatsoever. Except they also bring with them disease and famine. So the first wave of orcs that attack an area, one of the first things they do is they're like sacrifices. There's a ritual, there's a blessing. They give in the blessing of Urtrus and promise to be kind of like dine in the halls and be in the plane and be honored and so on and so forth. And then they're given these horrible diseases that of like pestilence and whatnot that will spread as they fight. And then their job is literally to wade into combat and spread that disease as much as possible, because wading will spread lots of disease. And just try to get it so that they then take that disease, they bring it back to their camp. Then usually about 2 days later, when it just looks like a small force is what attacks them, they start rotting from the inside, and then they actually do the full-fledged attack. And while everybody's like weakened and so on and so forth, while inside all of their non-combatants are dying and rotting, and so the people that actually go to fight are distracted and don't actually want to be there and fight because they want to be home taking care of their sick wife and children. And then even the soldiers themselves probably have whatever diseases on them. So,
Well, in that thought, Beisher thinks to take whatever group of those ahead, once we arrive and are within distance, to take them ahead and have a first smaller strike where Beisher would lead that group to open gates to try and get them in as deep as they could to infect the inhabitants and the soldiers.
Okay, so that's it's, you guys of course are planning your tactics or whatever, but it's going to be when you kind of get there and kind of get the layout or whatever. Who are you going to? I suppose it's a conversation for maybe everybody, not just you. Once the tactics are determined, who is it that's going to go in there and be the suicide attackers? I say Syax, but
Beisher is more than likely he'd probably take Syax with him, but Beisher, because of his sneakiness, wants to get into basically, if there's any walls or gates or anything else, he'd be the one that would want to be at the front line.
I was gonna say
with a smaller group.
Thonk and I should probably go, as if we're knocked out, we can get back up. Would agree.
I don't know if any of us would have to go in with them if they're going to go on a suicide run.
Well, yeah. the reason that Beisher wants to enter, Beisher is the one that's going to be able to try and sneak in, climb over the wall, and make it easier for them to gain access to the bulk of the warriors, so that they're not just being shot by arrows from range. So using his sneakiness and stealthiness, he might head in solo ahead of time to take out whoever's guarding the gate to allow them to enter. If
We
there's a
were
gate or
welcomed in this
something
city
like that.
before, right?
But
Yeah, we didn't have an army with
We
us.
weren't really welcome in this town.
But I'm saying, like, if you didn't go in with us, if you went in ahead of time, you wouldn't even have to sneak in. They might just be let in.
That's very possible. True.
That's
The
true.
orcs, not really.
was the idea to bring Syax in case, like, when you're just doing as much quick, hard devastation as you can, just like, Syax, I'm gonna stab a few people, and then you fireball everyone on the way out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
essentially,
if you want,
if I
I can
can't
just
open
create-
the gate or something, perhaps he can blow it up.
I could just create a very big distraction on one side of the town.
That's also another option that I had thought of as well.
I can do something that Thonk doesn't want me to do.
Oh
Yeah, no, don't.
Raise all of the dead in the town.
You just start eating
No, it's
them.
worse than that.
Well, I know I wasn't gonna assume to just summon a demon.
I mean, Baystra doesn't know that. I don't think you talked to him about that. I think only
No
Thonk
one
and
knows that
Weisler
but
talked
Thonk and
about
I.
that. Yeah.
That's not
All
something I share with anyone else.
Your way down to, I'm pretty sure it's Bezantor is where you're going to. Bezantor. I'm pretty sure that's where you guys were going to.
I thought we were going to.
Here it is, City of a Thousand Temples. Yep.
Okay.
Which is inside Thay. It's the Thay and City of Bezantor.
Yeah, Thay. That's the one I thought of.
Thay's the country you guys are currently in. Yep.
Okay.
Technically, you're on the border of Thay and Aglarond at the moment, over by the Urwood, inside the Dragon Jaw Mountains, but that doesn't matter. You're about to come out of that area, pass by the Umber Marshes, over the river of Lapindar. I actually don't know that river or anything about it. And then make your way over to Bazantor. Now, here's the fun part.
Lapindar?
That's a river.
Baystra has a quick question. The group that he had died fighting, what has come of them? Were they continuing to follow, or
They're way north.
okay?
They're way north. They're not even a concern on your mind at the moment. That's too far away.
Okay.
So
I was just curious if they tried to follow to flank.
the way the crow flies, you're still 200 miles away from the city that you're trying to get to.
Okay.
Gesundheit.
Thank
Across some area that's more or less open, not plains, but like an open area that exists. The fun part about that is that it's like a clear and mixed terrain. The fun part about that is that if you guys were just attacking Bazantor, things would be much easier than trying to travel through a countryside. For the most part, you're traveling through Thesk beforehand. Thesk is currently dealing with its own huge civil war between the orcs and the non-orcs, and so most of the soldiers and everything were kind of like distracted. You had that one issue over the Thex Mountains you chose to participate in. Then you stuck to the Dragon Jaw Mountains around the scheme of them so you could avoid most problems. But once you finish leaving the mountains and crossing as a straight shoot across open lands to get to Bazantor, it's going to make things a bit more difficult. You're now 550 orcs strong. That is not a small number going to attack a city. And this is just the forward group. Obviously, you're going to have many more orcs joining you later on. But if you choose to just openly walk across the plains, very likely you're going to come into situations. It's a much slower route, giving Bazantor a lot more time to build themselves up from the situation they had run into, would be to instead head directly south over to the coast and try to travel along the coast of the Sea of Falling Stars to bring yourself over there. Upside is you're not going to be able to be attacked from all angles. Downside is there are a lot of coastal towns and villages. Wait, did I say downside? There's lots of places for you to slaughter and loot.
Exactly. Let the orcs do their orc thing.
Is that what you'd rather do? Head straight to the coast and travel along the coastlines rather than
Would that be faster?
That'd be the longer route.
slower.
But that's what we want, right? We want a slower route because it gives the time for the poison to set in.
What poison?
The diseases.
If I went way ahead with the disease.
Oh, if you went like way ahead. Like,
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
I can
that's what I'm
also
saying.
create a very big distraction if we're on the water, if we take the waterfront. How far is the library from the waterfront?
You'd be going not anywhere near directly near like that would be a very terrible place because like one big wave and oh no, books are gone. So what was I saying? The you, Syax, and Tyler are going to be like way ahead doing the scouting thing. Mike, to be clear, their tactic is usually set a suicide squad 2 days in advance of the actual raid.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, Tyler, I could just
But
create like a giant smoke screen.
I would say sending Baisha is not a bad idea because I think he could get out of there. Unlike the orcs.
Do you want Bayshra to go in the 2 days in advance? Are we talking about Bayshra, and this is to you as well, Tyler, and everybody else? Or are you talking about sending Bayshra well in advance of even them first?
I would say sending Baisha even well in advance.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Okay.
Quietly start to poison things before the suicide squad shows up. Because by the time the suicide squad shows up, they might be even a little bit weaker by then, making them more effective. And then by the time we show up, they'll even be weaker.
What's the tactic of them poisoning?
Oh, I don't know how they go about doing it. I thought they just run in and kind of just spread disease as
That's
fast.
2 days
Yeah.
in advance.
That's what I'm saying. So like send Beisha first. Then by the time the suicide squad shows up a few days later or whatever, they do their suicide attack, and then we show up after that. So kind of get
No. You're misunderstanding.
oh.
Their tactic is 2 days in advance, spread disease through dying, and then a full-fledged assault.
So
If you're sending Beisha in advance to spread disease, what is his tactic? They don't have one to share. That's not something they've ever. That's smart.
That's up to
They're really
Beisha.
dumb.
I mean, Beisha finding probably common watering supplies, that kind of thing.
It would possibly be something I'd discuss with the shaman, seeing if they have no stuff more about poisoning. Because as much as Beisha understands the need to assault, he's against killing innocents.
That's pretty much what I was just PMing Tyler. I was like, what form of poison are we doing? Because
So his
it
thought
would be
process
against
would be
everything that he
literally,
would be.
I would be thinning out in
If
certain
anything, we
ways.
would be attacking the red guards themselves.
Yeah.
Like not innocent watering wells and stuff like that, because that would get the red guards, but that would also get a ton of innocent people, which I know
But
Beisha
you
would
wanna
be
make
totally
careful,
against.
you also want to tip them off that something's coming.
So essentially, the idea that Beisha had was to be inside for when that assault happens, so he can make sure the gates are open so they can get in deeper. It has less to do with the fact of him spreading the disease, but him clearing a path for them to gain access and cause the most damage.
So Beisha and Syax are not spreading disease. They are sleeper cells waiting for their moment
Correct.
to act.
Correct.
I understand that entirely. Thank you. And just to be clear, Mike's the one that keeps saying poison. It's disease.
It's disease. Yeah, I'm misquoting. I keep saying
Yeah.
the wrong
I
thing.
mean, I gave you the poisoned condition. It's just like a way of settling something earlier, but
Yeah,
it's
it's the wrong word.
though technically you guys were doing drugs earlier, and that is a form of poison.
I mean, you're also correct, but
That's spiritual and recreational. That's not war tactics. Get your soldiers high and send them in. So anyways, I just give all the soldiers they run into the battlefield just start eating mushrooms. Anyways, so they what was I getting at? So Beisha and Syax, the tactic is for the two of you to hop on the carpet and travel off. Just the two of you together. Unless Weissler was going along as well, or are you hanging back with Mike?
There'd be no reason for Viceroy to go with us.
Before Beisha left, he'd have a discussion with Thonk.
sure.
He would basically just ask that an Orog be put in charge of his group, making the most sense with regard to powerfulness. And he would just kind of gesture to that and ask Thonk if there was anything else he wanted to talk about beforehand.
He would absolutely agree to getting an Orog in charge of your people, so don't worry about that. And beyond that, he would just say that in his vision he saw you succeed. So be sure to do so.
Of that vision. Was there anything else you saw? Obviously, you saw me working with them and being successful. Is there any other insight you may add?
He would just shake his head. Not for this particular task.
All right.
You were like death. Be as such.
Talk.
That's really that's like the most pep talk Thonk could get.
That's like dad of the hockey son pep talk. like, go out there, fucking win. And if the guy gives you guff, punch him in the face and fucking win.
Thanks, Rocky Balboa.
Oh,
Beisha
I
nods.
got gaps, she got gaps, we fill gaps.
Beisha nods. And how long is the march for them to get there as an estimation?
Behind you by a considerable amount. Like I said, it's 200 miles as the crow flies, and they're going to be going a long way around, so it's even more miles than that. Orcs travel quickly, but they will come into. First of all, they're going to have fun raiding because they're going to come by a bunch of like fishing villages and whatnot.
And like, if there's ever concern about the orcs kind of doing that, Thonk's response would be better them than us. Basically, let them get it out.
Beisha wouldn't question that. If he's not there, it's out of sight, out of mind.
Perfect.
His
It's
more
fine.
sense question is when will we reunite? When do I need to be ready to escape or open the gates?
So for that one, we're gonna have it's gonna be Wade that's going to roll this check because Wade's the wicked smart one. Why don't you roll
What am I rolling? Intelligence?
intelligence? Sorry,
That's my strong suit.
you're smarter than everybody else here.
With advantage?
No,
Darn it.
Wade's
That
not
was
that
on a
smart.
20, turned into an 11.
Yep, that's appropriate. So so you braid's that working? You
That wouldn't be like a survival check or something. That's just flat intelligence.
Yeah, because you're like pulling out, mapping it out or whatever. So the way that they're going to get there, they're going to get there extremely fast. You guys are probably going to be a solid 2 weeks behind them. Because they're literally going to hop on a carpet and go as the crow flies. 200 miles, they're done. You guys are going to be going over terrain, which slows you down. That guy's going to piss, set up camp, break down camp. Travel all the way to the coast, travel along the coast, get into fights here and there, raid, definitely celebrate a really good raid. They're going to be at 2 weeks, maybe more behind the two on the carpet.
All right.
Okay.
See you in a few weeks.
Safe travels, and good luck.
Do not fail.
May the orcs be with you always.
Aisha looks at Weissler and says, "Don't do anything stupid."
The ox walks by. The ox walks by. Do something stupid.
What I can say before we cut to our last break is that your travels were in fact safe. You took to the air and you traveled pretty quickly. So it was actually pretty easy for the two of you to travel. What it took 2 days or whatever it is for you to get over to where it is that you're planning to go. No problems. We'll take a break and we'll pick up with the two of you coming into the city.
Sweet. We'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
In
Last
the
hour.
city!
Hello, we're back.
Hello, San Diego.
Scat's napping.
So Bayshore and CX made it safely into the city.
And we made it safely there too, and you safely opened the door for us, and everything went by smoothly.
And we all leveled up to level 10.
Everyone was slaughtered.
Nobody died on our side.
All right, so now we're gonna spend the last hour leveling up to 10, everybody.
All right, good luck.
Excuse me, Mike, for being so egregious to try to pull that shit. Wait, there's a level.
I'm gaining 2 because I don't like you.
Actually, next level's 8. 8's a pretty big one, right?
Actually, if 2 weeks of travel go by, I believe there are some rolls that need to be made.
That's true.
Tyler, you are no longer welcome on this campaign. I am sorry I invited you.
I was gonna actually mention. I was like, how long was?
Okay, Pat, you are also not. We are back down to the 3 of us, and we're keeping it that way. Mike, I trust you. The rest can go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mike, you gotta make sure he rolls those when I remember.
God, can you roll all of these with disadvantage?
No, unfortunately.
What was the
He
last
said
one?
he
you
didn't
rolled?
trust you. You're like.
I think I did all 3, so I think I'm back to intelligence again.
I think you did do 3.
Back to the two of you. You approach the city. Now, again, remember the city was decimated. A whole bunch of its population was utterly destroyed by the creature that appeared here and kind of like went ripping through it. But that was so many weeks ago now.
Wasn't it like months ago? I thought. What if it's like 3 months now?
I don't think it's been 3 months. I don't think it's been 2 months.
It's been that long.
Yeah, I don't think it's been 2 months. It's been weeks ago. I'd say about when you guys arrive back here, it's been about 4 weeks since you left because the flight north was very quick. It was a travel south, and you spent some time with that. It was a travel south that was really slow.
Yeah, it was really slow. Okay.
And they're 2 weeks behind you. So, anyways, what was I saying? I'm sorry. It's been about like 4 or 5 weeks at this point.
Okay.
So when you get back there, the city's still decimated. It's not like I rebuilt everything and the people are back and it's all, no. It's still more than half of the population was just utterly destroyed. The same number of people are dead. However, there's no longer fires in the city or anything like that. The garrisons, the soldiers and whatnot, were able to shore up defenses. The way that Fae works is that there's certain like overlords that overlook different chunks of the land. And like the other overlords really don't care about your land, so they're not really going to send you support unless it's going to be directly beneficial for them because they're trying to play themselves up in a positive way. But the overlord of that particular land certainly would care about one of the greatest cities having been impacted the way that it was. And so they would have sent a lot of, royal guard sort of things, their own armies would have been brought over there to ensure defenses and to help with reconstruction and so on and so forth. So they would have been released over there to do that. Or better yet, I should say, their soldiers would have been released there for protection and their slaves brought over there to do the reconstruction. So the numbers have swelled with the temporary persons that are there at the moment to probably back to its original number, about 70% of its original number, because about 50% had died before. When you guys arrive there, they don't know who you are. They have no recollection of you. You were not significant. Oh no, Tyler stole a couple things right away. That one guy that noticed that, he could be dead today. Who knows? So they don't know who you are. And so landing in the city, no problems whatsoever. Walking through the gates, no problems whatsoever. And you kind of like make your way about from there. Where do you want to be your kind of base of operations? Your fallback spot and so on.
Having been to the temple before, Bayshore might want to head back there to see if they could have some aid.
The Temple of Grosh?
Would they have recognized us also? Because you weren't in. Once we started sacrificing people, you got the fuck out of there.
Yeah, but I was still there, and I was still a part of that. So I was given that
you
interaction.
And I are closer to Grummish now than we were before we came here.
That too, plus the fact that that orc that was there might remember us, especially
He's still there.
It clearly made an impression based on the things that I did. Maybe not necessarily a positive one, but he would likely remember me.
If he's still there.
Correct.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying, if that's yours, I was going to suggest I would imagine this city being more advanced than others we've come through if they have like a sewer system that we can hide under. Not like
I also am very good with segments of society, a former bounty hunter, I can find a safe house pretty easily in any city.
I was gonna say like a thieves guild under the city if one exists.
Yeah, but I would rather go
You'd
to
be
where
able to
orcs
sniff it
are.
out. I could find it very quickly with you, is what I'm saying.
Baishra's strategic reasoning is orcs will be friendly based on the cause for the reason we are there.
Agreed. We can go there too. That was just gonna be my suggestion of the two.
Yeah.
When you go to the temple, shrine, it's very small. When you go to it and you open the door and you see the practitioner is in there, it's the same one as before. It takes a moment as he looks you up and down. You know, all lizards look the same.
Baishra would just
How many
say,
lizards do you see coming to your door? You know.
yeah, Baishra would just simply say Thon.
And that's another.
He probably recognized you. He probably saw that moment of recognition kind of like coming across his face. As soon as he said that word, yes, you were on task with Grumsh to kill the beast that came through this land.
Correct.
Siax walks through the door, greets the guy, and says, through Grimish's will, as he points to his leg. Because the last time you saw me, I didn't have a leg, right? Yeah, because I lost it on the way here.
Correct. He looks at that and because you specifically were asking, where could we find the blessing? And he's the one that sent you guys north.
Yeah.
And so when he sees you walking in, he says, Grumsh certainly watches over even the non-orcs in this task. Good, good.
Grush brought me back.
Back from?
Death.
Oh, quite the blessing. Quite the blessing.
Groups paid my taxes.
Is there somewhere more secure where we may speak?
It's a small shrine, like one room in the half-ish, and
I assume there's no one else in this temple house.
just the three of you in there.
All right.
I would point to the back room where we spoke before. The one room that we did this. We did the sacrifice in the back room, right? We didn't do it in the front, like walk-in open room thing, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. I was under the assumption we did it in the back room. I apologize.
There wasn't exactly background. I don't know if you remember. It's like I don't want to see half walls and like height half walls and like.
Right, but I thought there was like a barriorcade or something to separate
Yeah.
the
It was
room.
like a half wall that went to
Kind of like open room concept kitchens, you know?
Yeah. And so it was like that was no, you did it in the main room.
Oh, okay. Okay, my
Like,
mistake.
walk in, oh, sacrifice.
Okay.
Okay.
You
So,
decide that.
what do you say?
I still said the same thing. Is there somewhere more secure where we may speak?
He looks around and says, "No."
All right. Baishra will get closer to him and talk more softly.
CX will tell Beisha he'll wait outside.
All right.
Just keep watch on things. So he'll just CX will just walk outside, prop up, kind of look homeless on the street.
The Willa Grosh, we have an army marching down to take this city.
You have raid?
Yes. 400 mountain orc, a couple of orog, 150 other orcs.
That is a small force for this army. Orcs fight strong. Orcs brave. Orcs fierce. But numbers, me no good at math. But they have more.
Correct. This is the leading force. We have more coming later. Our sole job is to take the library and hold that stronghold until the greater orcish army arrives. But the reason we are here is to find ways to weaken the force from within.
You want clear path to library, then force smash walls and take in.
Yes, and perhaps remove soldiers from here. We have ways to do so, but I don't know if you know of others that may be of service to Grosh.
There might be others willing to take arms, not for Grumsh, no. Take arms against them. Stir up anger towards them. Not in Grumsh's name. They will be tools of Grumsh through ignorance.
Acceptable, but we must wait to do so until just before the assault. In the meantime, keep this hush. Is there any aid in which you can assist us with for what has taken about in this city since we last were here?
Oh, we will need to plan way of getting army to walls so they can smash them. But things that have changed, military, much bigger. Before, very small, mostly protected important buildings, not city. Now they protect city and important buildings, and some in streets too. They have come in case creature come back.
Would we have seen the patrols? I apologize. Would we have seen the patrols coming to this? Because I imagine it's kind of in the middle of the city.
Patrol, like people on
Like
the
the
borders
like
of
the armory guards, kind of like the part of the army.
Yep. You would have seen like what more or less be like the U.S. rolling the National Guard into a city, right? You would see that sort of a thing about.
Would we have noticed that it's probably more than we saw leaving?
Oh, yep, that's what I described it to you.
Okay,
as you came in. Yep, absolutely.
Yep. I apologize, I missed that.
No, you're fine. So he says, we much more. They protect the cities and the city and the important buildings. And there's lots of slaves. Slaves don't fight though. Their numbers look much bigger, but mostly slaves. You kill 3 slaves and 300 run.
Perhaps we can use the slaves to our advantage in an uprising.
Slaves don't fight.
We can find out. That's more of what Beishra says in his head. He didn't say that out loud to the orc.
Mm-hmm.
And in that, Beishra would nod and do the sign of Grosh that he has seen Thonk do, hitting the mark where his mark would normally be, and nod and then take part, and said, "I'll be in touch."
Wait, we must go for a walk. You must choose path. If they are to break through gate and to come down street and attack library, they need path. You need no path, so you can be effective. We need to go for a walk. You see walk.
Yes.
Path.
CX will join us.
Nods. And so he grabs his own, whatever, and you guys go walking out of there, and he start kind of like walking the streets of the city. He's not really chatty. I don't know how chatty the two of you guys are, but he's not really chatty.
Should probably make advances towards Bayshron, where we're seeing guards patrol important things like that. See what streets they're walking down, what streets are important. If we're walking by any important buildings, I imagine we're taking side streets trying to avoid them, as we don't want to draw attention to ourselves.
Beishra would also tell CX, try and keep his eye out for buildings that are not as structurally sound, perhaps, that we could, if they are housing guards or others, where we could use as traps to collapse on them and make it look like an accident.
You guys are trying to do battle strategy. For this sort of a thing, it's going to have to be an intelligence check, since there is no like knowledge warfare like that in this edition.
Great.
But that's okay. One of you guys can roll, and the other one was going to give a advantage for it as you're trying to operate with the NPC as well.
My intelligence is 1.
Mine is a negative, so I'm gonna assist you.
The reason why we're using this as opposed to maybe a skill like say a history or whatnot is the problem is none of you guys have any understanding of warfare and tactics of doing that sort of a thing. None of you guys have done that shit.
We're very good solo, but not as an army.
Correct.
So do I roll this with advantage?
Correct, sir.
Straight.
Yeah, because I'm assisting you. Straight
intelligence.
Correct, sir.
Well, cool.
So you've come up with the various, more or less, you guys come up with I'm not going to toss you any hints or anything like that, and you're getting no DM aid on this one. So you've come up with your own ideas of tactics that you might be able to utilize to get them from point A to point B. You honestly think you found the most direct path to the library from the keep. You know what I mean? The most direct path is through the front gates. You know what I mean? Which means there can be a lot of opposition smashing.
Can I overrule this really quick? With my city secrets, would I know exactly? I apologize. I should have brought that up before I rolled.
That's really smart.
There's a reason I brought CX with me.
Yeah, Tyler and I were DMing the entire time. I'm like, I'm not going to tell Scott about this at all until it needs
Well,
to be.
I also have the thieves stuff,
Yeah.
so I know where buildings and things are as well with regard.
I wasn't going to bring it up until I absolutely needed to, but me growing up on the streets, I know the streets of cities. I know the fastest way to get to point A to point B.
Okay, these are both really smart.
I have an empty water bottle.
I should have brought that up before I rolled, and I apologize.
No, you're fine.
I didn't know that's what we're doing. I thought we were just pointing out, like, oh, here's where we could do this, that, and the other.
So,
yeah, that's where I find people that would help us is more the ear to the ground and stuff. Like that.
So I'm gonna ignore you for a second, Tyler. Pat, for your city secrets, you find the three easiest, the three best paths to get there. The problem is as I was just describing, the most direct path is definitely from A to Z. Your
through the main gate.
The number of footsteps is less that path. However, the opposition is likely to be far greater going that path. There are two other paths where the number of footsteps will be greater. However, very likely the opposition would be far, far, far less. It's what you would do to avoid guards and so on and so forth, especially if there were certain preparations made in advance, right? Those are definitely the tactics that you'd be able to use there. Now, that was the walk around the city and trying to get the feel of it, and the orc is trying to like lead you here and there. And you guys are collaborating, and you're like, no. We don't go this way. We go this way. And then you start showing them like kind of because you get a feeling of the city. You finally like understand it, and you start walking them through the city, and you literally show to the orc pathways that he never thought of beforehand. Like, oh, you mean if I took a right on Wilkin, I could have saved myself 3 minutes every day for the past 5 years. Holy shit! I didn't realize these blocks connected. That's why I have GPS now. So anyways, I'm sorry. For you young kids back in the days before GPS was on your phone, if you wanted to go somewhere and didn't know how to get there, you had to map quest it. But if you're just going across town, you just went with what somebody told you to do. You had to kind of like
or the explorer the shit out of it.
Yeah,
you
seriously.
had to map quest it. Oh fuck you! I remember using actual maps.
An actual map. That's it. Toms.
I would Garmin, man, Garmin. Absolutely.
Garmin's, yeah.
My wife still has her old Garmin in her car, and they're like fucking.
I still have my TomTom.
Do you guys remember going places like traveling and you would like go to a rest stop and you had to like get one of their free maps?
Oh
No,
yeah,
Yeah, but you
I
map
do.
quest before that.
Talking
You
about
map quest in
free.
advance, and you print your map quest. You
Yep.
have the map as a backup in case you.
Oh yes, I remember the.
You had
early
to actually learn
map
street
quest
names.
was around.
Excuse me. Yeah, map quest is around for a long time. Because
It's still around. It's still used. It
When
exists.
most households didn't have computers, they still had MapQuest. That's right. They just use their iPhone.
So you go to the fucking library and print it off there, Wade.
Wait, are you talking about childhood? Or are you talking about your own personal
childhood.
Oh, I'm not talking about my parents. When I was a little kid, and my parents were driving. I was talking about me driving.
Yeah, you probably still had to use stone tablets.
Oh.
I hate being able to start on stream. Oh. All right,
anyway, back to the game.
So anyways, you more or less like open his eyes, like you just gave him Google Maps. You know what I mean? And so he got excited.
Which in that discussion, CX or Basher would address CX and say, perhaps we lead the disease-ridden to where the most opposition is to infect the most combatants.
If they are indeed doing a suicide run, then they wouldn't care about running into more soldiers.
Perhaps that's why I would open that gate, and it would allow for distraction, perhaps pulling
Open,
more soldiers
blow
to
up.
that side.
Bigger the hole, the more infected. But you have to also think how many would I know how many like innocent people live on that street?
None.
No.
A lot.
So I would also bring that to Phaedra's
To be fair,
conscious.
every street is full of mostly innocent people.
Well, yeah, I figured,
Yeah.
but like I don't know from gate A to gate B or whatever, like saying how empty it is, not every house is going to be taken, surely.
Well, yeah, but the point of it is saying that if that side is open and Pole's combatants there, we can sneak in from the back with the larger army, perhaps at a different time, having expected them to go through where there's already an opening.
Okay.
Allowing them to have an advantage where the soldiers would have to relocate to defend. That was the point.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have that tactic there. Now, one of the things is as he's leading you through the city, you notice a couple things, Tyler, because thieves' cant isn't just the a spoken language that innuendos and trick words and stuff like that. It's not just like a couple of hand gestures where you're talking to somebody and you're like, no, seriously, I would love to come by your house and play some video games later on. That'd be great. It's more than that. It's also like sigils and whatnot that are left by thieves guilds and whatnot in the streets. So it could be things like as you're walking down one particular street that might have cobblestone in it, there'll be like a small marking on a cobblestone that to an untrained eye might look like, oh, maybe it was like a crack in it. But you look and you actually see it's a sigil and you're like, oh, this cobblestone not only says that there's going to be a market here, but the market's going to be down the street. And maybe the way that the thing is turns, like as you're walking towards it, like, oh, if I face north and I look at it, the way that it's turned tells me what time of day it is that this street kind of thing happens, right? So that's kind of like how thieves' cant works. There's also written sigils throughout the city. You're able to find these sigils just instinctively. You're a perceptive person as Syax is taking you down those back roads. And you're able to discover where it is that a couple of small little dens might be. But most importantly, I want you to roll an investigation check.
Advantage or no?
Syax is helping you with his.
I was going to say, if anything, my city
yeah.
secrets could provide a
That's the advantage. Smexy. So what you clearly had found a whole bunch of these. You just got that instinctively from the thieves' cant ear to the ground ability. However, with your investigation check, the two of you working together, you're able to discern there are more of this one particular type of sigil than there are the others. Probably the marking of a particular guild. They're widespread, citywide even, and it's a big city. It's Metropolis originally. One second, what was the original population before decimation?
I thought you said it was like in the 100,000s.
It was 136,800 before it was decimated. Mind you, a metropolis is over 25,000. So
it still is, because you said there's still like 50 or 60,000. So I mean,
well, I said
probably
50%.
more now because reinforcements have come in.
Well, yeah, you do 136 times 0.7, ish is where it's sitting at for 1,000 still.
Yeah.
So anyways, the apologies, Tyler. You are able to discern which sigil belongs to the biggest thieves guild, and kind of like walking about and following them backwards or whatever, you able to discern where it is that both their main base of operations is, but also a couple of its smaller auxiliary branches. Because you imagine they have different hideouts in different places.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure which you'd want to approach, the main one or the side ones.
He would probably try and go smaller and work his way up.
Okay.
The reason being is,
please.
The reason being has to do with he could potentially find a more frequent leader in a smaller area, because how thieves would work, they don't generally keep the main guy in, or their strongest guy in a bigger area, because they want to make sure their newest smaller areas tend to be need to be more kept up with, and that's where a lot of different people change in and out, is what I would think. And that way he could also gain loyalty from, or reputation with them before he moves on to the bigger area. So his name would carry through in anticipation.
What kind of district would you want to go down to find this?
What kind of district?
Yeah, you try to go to the slum shitty area district. You try to go for like more of the mercantile district, over by where there's more temples. As close to library as possible.
I would say he would probably go wherever the one is closest to where the most soldiers are.
Gotcha. Over at Main Street.
because he would expect the higher ends and the more seasoned veterans to be over that
We
way.
also have like a week and a half to actually go to a bunch of these guilds.
Oh yeah,
So, I
and
mean, we
he
have
would
plenty.
he would plan to talk to a few of them.
Yeah, we have tons of time to find them.
But yeah,
Over by the main gate, it's like a couple buildings in from the main gate over by that, like the central area, the strip that they'd be running down. That's where they happen to have one of their hideouts. You imagine for smuggling purposes, watching the guards, so on and so forth, whatever. And so going to the approach that building, you can see very clearly this building is meant to be one of those. However, the way it's displayed here is it happens to be kind of like a because like stables would be outside the city, but it happens to be like a small shop where somebody would be able to grab immediate goods when they first came into the city. But also imagine a place where somebody would come to get like basic information, like come in here, refill some basic supplies if you're doing a quick stop into the city, but also toss a couple coins to the shopkeeper to get some information about the area and like move on. Kind of that mix between a smaller general store and like a tavern, right?
Would we have passed in this way past this store on our way in? So I imagine we didn't just fly in carpet our way in.
You would have flown your carpet and landed just outside the city gates,
and then walked in. Yeah,
and you would have walked past us probably a few times now in your trips to the city.
and not to attract attention. That's why we would land.
Right.
away.
Yeah. Exactly. I was gonna say, would they have probably? I imagine it's kind of open, where you could just kind of jump in. Would they have recognized us walking past, or probably not? So many people.
So many people. Like, you're talking about the population is usually 138,000, right?
Right. I want to stay discreet mainly. That's all.
Yep. It's a lot of people. So
2 hooded figures walking around the city is probably not very discreet, but
A lot of people wear hoods.
Yeah.
But
depending on the time of year and whatnot.
Tiefling and a lizard man. I don't know.
They have some really. This is a very homeocentric human.
I was gonna say we stand out.
That's why we're hooded.
So you guys go walking into the
Tails
shop.
give nothing away.
You guys go walking into the shop, and there is one of those bells that's kind of attached to it. So as you walk in, the bell rings, and the person that meets you is actually a middle-aged woman. She's got a worn smile on her face, one of those practiced but doesn't really care. And she walks in. She's like, "Oh, hey, dearies, come on in, please." You look
When
like
Jason walks in, he hears the bell ring. He just reaches up and stops it immediately.
CX walks in, greets the old lady. Hello, how are you doing? Trying to be friendly.
Middle age, not old. Let's be careful with what we're calling old.
Old lady.
Wade's already going bald. Don't make him feel worse. So, you you greet her, and she says, "You look like you just came in off the roads."
Yeah, we've been out on the road for a while. At least I have. Me, as I sit down at the bar, kind of trying to wave for Beishra to give an inspection if he wants to give a look around while I distract the lady.
Again, it's very much like a breakfast bar next to a counter where you'd purchase basic goods. Something would seat four, maybe 5 people comfortably if they weren't like a Gromman-sized character.
Is there nothing like a back room or anything like that? It's just very...
Behind the bar area, there's definitely the back room, but it doesn't look like they really cook food there or anything like that. It's probably just like they have some basic snacks sort of you could buy, but mostly a drink that you can have. Conversation immediately came in off the road. It's not a full-blown tavern.
Yeah,
I would just have a friendly conversation with her.
Beishra would just be looking at the floor.
Okay.
Looking for anything
Beishra,
on the floor.
why don't you roll me an investigation check, sir? And why don't you roll me a deception check, because you're trying to be distracting, sir.
Me?
See.
Deception?
Yeah, deception. Oh!
It was definitive too. It was like
dog.
Yeah.
So, you very easily distract her. No problems whatsoever.
You've had practice distracting people, ladies, lately.
Middle-aged women are my specialties.
Oh, poor Pat. So, you distracting myself now.
That's what they sound like during.
She wants your child. Yeah.
Here's the wimpy one. You get the wimpy. I want to hear what Pat sounds like.
Yeah, she's like, so did you just come in from the street? And I'm just like, hey, check this out. Totally distract.
Come on, you gotta make the noise.
It's like a dying cooing dove, or cooing. Sorry. So you're very, very, very distracting to her, maintaining conversation, talking about the nearby, the shit that happened here. You
Trying to
actually
also order food as well because I'm sure we haven't eaten. But yeah,
You need pancakes. By the way, look at my nipple.
talking about the creature that was in here beforehand. You know about that creature better than most other people. So pretending like you don't know what that creature is, you just know how to ask all the right questions to get them to prompt them to like tell you like volumes of story about it and volumes of detail about it. It's like, wait, and what did you say it looks like? You know, it's like all those right lines, right? You're just feeding her storytelling, and she's like very animated telling it to you. Tyler, you look around, checking out the entire place, looking like you're shopping for stuff. And one of the things that you note is that it's not like there's a secret catch or a secret door or anything like that here. However, there are little sigils and whatnot in the various areas. It takes you a moment to read them because you're not familiar with this, the cant of this area. But after a couple moments of reading it, you realize literally certain shelves are marked as shit, like the stuff that you sell tourists. You know what I mean? And other shelves are marked as, and it looks like nondescript stuff, as legitimate. Not all the nondescript stuff is legitimate goods, but you can be like, oh, so this is where if I was going to buy a potion or something of like significance or value, it'd be coming from over here, and that becomes very obvious to you. However, it doesn't look like they have any hideaways, catch holes, sneak unders, or anything like that. Very likely, the people that handle what's on these shelves here are the ones that are part of the guild. To what degree? Who knows? Whether or not she's a part of it, who knows?
What items are on the shelves that would be of interest, perhaps in battle? Obviously, there's potions and things like that. Is there anything within the good side that would stand out? As a way to keep cover, Baser's just simply thinking about purchasing something.
Mm-hmm. So do me a favor, roll me a
let's be honest, you're just gonna pocket those. You're not gonna purchase them.
It's a tempting thing, but there's certain things that
He's distracted by me. Just pocket.
I know, but there are certain things that need to be done.
Roll me an intelligence check, sir.
Just intelligence?
Flat.
All right.
Beautiful. So what it is that it doesn't straight out say something like potion of mage armor, because that would be foolish. It would be too obvious what it is that they're selling if they're trying to have the good stuff a bit more hidden from the casual onlooker, right? Things are phrased kind of funny. And so looking at the phrasing, eventually kind of put two and two together between what's shit and what's good, the phrasing, and you realize, I get it. And so now you can kind of go over and discern what actually value what it is that they sell there. They have a bunch of different potions as options, things like potions of heroism, potions of enlarged person, potions of reduced person, which you personally might like. Excuse me.
As I'm talking to her, am I able to ask her like, hey, do you have any like really nice, good quality things? Try not to like distract from what he's doing, but anything behind the counter to give Baishra a chance to whatever he wants.
Yep, you're fine with the deception still. So
cool.
You don't have to worry about that. You got the
okay, cool.
24 total. Back to you, Tyler. You notice there's even things like oils of sharpening, which if you don't know what an oil of sharpening is, it makes your weapon very good for a short period of time. And there's a whole bunch of stuff like that, like enhancers of person or enhancers of thing, as well as of course some healing salves and so on. But the thing that probably stands out the most for you, even though it's not usually your shtick, is there happens to be a vial of poison there. It takes a moment to try to discern what it is, and your intelligence check actually is high enough to figure it out. It's a vial of purple worm venom. You know that is potent.
There's only one single vial of the purple venom, right?
Purple worm venom.
So there are three things that stand out to him. One is the venom, one is the sharpening oil, and the last one is the changing of the person's size, making smaller. Is there anything flammable? Was one of my big questions too.
The entire shop.
Oh, great! Everything's flammable.
I just can't have one of my fits right now, basically.
If you're looking for generic equipment kind of stuff that you don't have to worry about shit versus quality, there's like oils and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so he's gonna steal the good stuff and buy like oil.
Excuse me?
Yeah, he's planning on stealing good stuff and buying some oil.
Would you please roll for me, sir, a sleight of hand check? Now, you're rolling this check with disadvantage.
Why is that?
Don't you worry about it.
You're probably being watched. Pretty fucking high, man. 25. I know you got the 13, but I'm like,
You grab several potions and whatnot. You grab all the different things, specifically that purple worm venom. You get that right there. And you have everything kind of like quickly, quietly sliding them into your pockets. It's like 6 or 7 items. And then you go over and you grab up the oil, like, found what I needed. And you go over to the counter and you place them on the counter to purchase them. And she looks at you and she says, "Is that all?"
That's what we need.
You hear she like reaches to the counter and you hear like a slight like spring noise happen as something comes out and cuts open the front of your legs, like right about where your crotch area would be. Because of the fact that you as a lizard folk where positions, your whole stature is slightly different, you might be missing part of you right now. Luckily for you, lizard folk are structured differently than a typical human with how their legs and whatnot are positioned. And you are going to take from this attack damage, as she had pressed a button that more or less had a blade cut open and across in front of the counter. 14 damage is not small. And now she looks at you and she no longer has a nice smile on her face and she says, "Are you sure that's all you're trying to take from my store?"
Beishra in the midst of it would kind of chuckle. In the sense that he got caught. He knows he got caught. So he's going to kind of chuckle and look at her and go, "Where are the watchful eyes?"
You don't need to worry. What you need to worry about is whether or not you leave here alive. And don't get up, she says, pointing to you.
CX not threatens, but kind of organizes his robe. He's like, "This nice little stable you got here is very, very flammable." As he like lights up his hand, looking to Beishra, just like, "You just tell me," like giving a look, just tell me when, kind of a thing. Because you won't take any damage from this.
Beishra acknowledges and says, "All right. I'm interested in the guild you work with."
That's an interesting way of trying to say that you're interested in the guild I work with.
Well, let's just say, since when do thieves respect other thieves' territories when they're in separate cities?
When they want to live. The likelihood, and she'll look at Syax, the burning hand, is slim for the two of you right now. I'm not willing to die for this shit. You want to take what you want, you go right ahead. Good luck surviving till morning.
Fair enough. Beishra will take out the vial of poison and set it on the counter, and look at her and see if she knows about the other stuff.
She does.
He'll put the rest on the counter and be like, "All right, fair enough."
Including the penis enlargement potion. She saw that one too.
Yep, she did.
She says, "Old Lady Grundle is not over here. She's very far to the west."
So I have a curious question. I have the the short bow of warning that didn't warn me about anything, and I rolled pretty high in my investigation check. How did I not know somebody was watching me?
The investigation was to look for the objects and whatnot, and you don't know what means they're using to watch you.
Okay.
For instance, if there's magical means, you would have no way of sensing it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, you and I are pretty useless when it comes to magical stuff because I can't detect magic. The two detect magic folk we left behind.
And you did specifically go for the largest of the Thieves Guild. So it's the one that has the most resources.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a small branch of the largest of the Thieves Guild.
So Basher would not only just set the stuff on the counter, he would actually go and put it back on the shelf.
Mhm.
And say, respectively, well done. You've earned my admiration and respect and noticing what was happening. Now, what do I need to do to earn yours?
She thinks for a couple of minutes, for a moment.
At this point, I'm not on fire, by the way. I'm just kind of
Basher would have looked at CX and kind of told him to settle.
Yeah, to cool it, kind of thing. So at that point, I would just be sitting there, just listening.
She points at the chair next to CX and says, "Sit."
As you come to sit, I'll be like,
sit?
Yep.
As you come to sit down, I'll be like, they're quite comfortable.
he would sit and probably reach into his bag and eat something casually, just sitting there.
She throws a rag to hit your chest.
I assume I would have ordered something for you, like on the table or something.
So she throws a rag to hit your chest. It says, "Clean yourself up," and she starts pouring drinks for each of you out of a different container that she was pouring from before. And she puts them in front of the two of you and says, "Drink."
Sayak's just gonna look at Basher and be like, "Drink?"
I'm gonna roll a check to see for a reason. Oh, that's disadvantage. Well, I'll take it.
She gave you a cold look and just simply staring you, trying to be unflinching, trying to not give any markers or signs or anything like that. But you know that she's clearly pissed at the scenario. You don't know what the drink is in front of you or anything like that, but you know that she's not happy with the two of you. And she says again, as you guys are both staring and making eye contact, your slitted eyes to her normal ones, "Drink."
Basher looked at CX and
I'm looking at you still, man.
and just go, cheers, bottoms up.
Yeah, so CX bottoms up.
Pours it right on his crotch.
Yeah.
It's one of those I'll do it same time. 1, 2. Ah!
CX would drink it.
Okay. Do you drink it as well, Beshra?
Nope. I'm trying to deceive to make
Is
it
it
look
like a shot glass worth of liquid, or
It was like a pint.
it's like a pint? I would drink like a third of it. I would just take like a quick swig.
I'm trying to deceive.
I wonder how a lizard deceivingly drinks. Because you don't got lips. You're right? You're kind of
I'm not drinking it. Are you drinking it? Yeah, hold it in your cheek.
So you roll a deception to deceivingly drink. And so you both drink from the drink. And she stares at both of you afterwards. She allows a full 10, 12 seconds to pass. She says, "Good. Now talk. Why?"
Why what?
You have interest in the guild. Why?
CX would just start talking. Well, my buddy here's a really good thief. He grew up in the nature forest. Stealing shit. He stole from you. Well, I pettily distracted you. At this point, I'm sure Bash would just smack me. But
yep.
He would just not reveal
not
plan, but would
not above
tell above your upbringing and stuff like that.
Not above the table. He would kind of just He'd like hit you in the gut below the table, whatever he can do that's like hidden.
Stub my toe or something like that.
And it would say,
Very obvious.
I am here on a task, a mission of sorts. And if you want your guild to survive or continue on and benefit from, I can be of service. And perhaps you could be of service for my task, the guild and those within it.
Sounds like a threat.
Not a threat.
If we want to survive and benefit.
Has to do with information I have, less so for me actually impacting that. My desire is not to take out your thieves guild, not to take out your people, not to have that impact. As far as I'm concerned, you are collateral damage in what is perhaps going to take place here.
Can CX roll for persuasion, saying that both parties can benefit from what we can offer? Can I try to persuade her?
You can, and actually, because you're gonna be rolling the check, of course, because you have the higher modifier. You're gonna roll with advantage because of Tyler.
Okay.
Okay. So you say the words, and she says, "Is it coming back?" And this time, you can actually see there's a bit of fear in her eyes.
Oh,
CX kind of adjusting himself and knowing that we were talking about earlier, it's a very great possibility that it can. We are trying our best to stop it. I'm assuming I'm going to have to roll for deception again.
I don't know if you can.
I don't. This might not be deceiving. This is.
Oh yeah, I guess
truth.
I could be completely
Well, I don't know if you, depending on how much of the potion you drink, you might have to tell the truth.
Well, she's asking for something. I'm saying something, but not alluding to what is coming.
I just don't know the effects of the potion, so you may have to be forthcoming. I'm not sure.
So it's up to you. Are you trying to intimidate her? Are you trying to deceive her?
I'm trying to just,
because there is a bit of deception in that, in a sense.
there's a little bit, yeah, but I'm not.
If that's the
you
case,
don't know, but you're pretending like you do know. You know what I mean? There's a bit of deception. It's not crazy.
Yeah, I guess a bit of deception.
I'll,
CX will just straighten up and be like, I don't want it to come back. But we are going to try our best.
And Beatrice would say, without saying the creature, something similar of immense destruction. I would say immense destruction is about to occur again.
okay, so immense destruction. Again, roll me that deception. You're both playing into it. I'll allow the advantage on it.
I'm gonna roll, Patrick.
Yeah,
if that's cool.
I've got a 4. I'm sure yours is higher.
Okay, higher than that persuasion. And so she listens and says, "Fine. I'll get you a meeting tomorrow night. You can come back here before closing."
TX would look to Petra, kind of giving them that look like push for tonight. Kind of like looking with urgency, I guess.
Yeah.
We have so many people to talk to. Time is of essence, and the more people we can get on our side is the better. But I will leave that to you.
Yeah. He's thinking of something and of giving them something in good faith.
Cyax's body.
No.
That's how you get favors done.
Can I roll for persuasion?
Great bargaining chip.
I have here a ripe young. What is it called?
Have a ripe young whippersnapper.
Love me, Tyler.
He'll do you right.
Nubile lizard folk.
A nubile lizard boy.
Scales. Those.
Just a lizard boy. Born in
South Detroit. I mean, they kind of works.
So what Basher is actually going to leave his thieves' tools with them and say, as in good faith, I leave you the tools of the trade. I will be back to retrieve them.
CX will also leave his,
Wait, say that again?
I have thieves' tools.
Yeah.
as do I.
Okay.
I said I would leave them in good faith as a gesture more so that I would
That
not
we will be
act
back.
as a thief against them.
She says, "That's not necessary. You were easily caught. You So what did I say? Tomorrow night, right?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night closing.
Okay. So is it tomorrow night now? Okay, I'm healed then.
No,
She does say, it's not immediately tomorrow night, but as you guys go to like leave, she says, "You're not going to finish your drink."
I mean, Baishra had drank the whole thing
oh, you did.
deceptively. Not actually drank it, but like stored it. In
Where did
his,
you?
No. You took like a fake sip.
Oh, okay.
You did, right? Like I
You
said,
just like poured on the ground, hoping she wouldn't get splashed.
oh, there's a honey pot over here.
Oh, I picture Baishra has an ability to sneak stuff in his like gizzard or something, lower part of his throat.
His
Just-
gizzard.
Is it turkey now?
No, just not like a gizzard, like like a bearded
His
dragon. You know how they
back
have
in his
those
neck where
things
he stores
expand
food?
and can hold water and store stuff. He's a lizard.
He's holding it all in his nasal cavity.
Yeah,
Of
he
course.
just hasn't drank it. He deceptively drank it and stored it in his mouth or his.
CX drank
Yeah.
a small bit of it.
Is this
You're
lizard
a third.
Yeah, that's like a sip of soda, man.
So she says, "You're not going to finish your drink." Do you just say no?
Who, me or?
Either of you, because you certainly didn't finish the drink.
CX would thank her for her time and the drink, but no, he would walk outside.
Okay.
He would start making his way towards the door.
Baishra would walk over and go ahead and finish it. Why not?
So you actually drink it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you drink the drink, and she says, "Delicious, isn't it?" And that's it. That's the end of the session.
All right.
Well,
Well,
go drink mine. Bye.
we'll see
I
what that.
shouldn't have had anything in the cup. I told you I hit it in my little throat thing.
We will see what that
I
meeting's
hate
all
that
about.
smile.
It's her.
It's her pee.
Yeah, chat. It's her pee. We'll see what that meeting's about next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's good to be back. We'll be back tomorrow night with Dark Sun, myself, Scott DMing, Wade, and Ethan. We'll be wandering the deserts of death.
God,
seeing
I
what-
hate you.
Mortifer.
Speaking of Mortifer, Wade, what do you got going on this week, buddy? Where do people find you?
Well, tomorrow I'll be back with the Dark Sun. I've been streaming a lot more on Twitch. I've been playing Days Gone, which I'm having a lot of fun with.
I heard that was a
It's a
decent
bit of
game
mixed
at like
bag.
what
It
it
was received as
does.
like a mixed bag.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's had some glitches, but they've been really funny. Yesterday, or not? Was it yesterday? I think it was. I was driving around on my motorcycle, and I don't know what I hit. I think I either got shot by a sniper or I ran into a zombie. Something happened, and like I just went flying off, and my motorcycle went flying into the air, and somehow ended up like a mile away, but it never came back down from orbit. So I had to go like pay somebody to retrieve it. I don't know how they did, but they managed to. And I love those kinds of moments in gaming. Like if you're playing by yourself, maybe not so much, but for a stream, those are great moments.
What are you
and the
talking about? What game?
It's called
Days
Days
Gone.
Gone, PS4 exclusive.
It's like a zombie game.
But
Think
it's
of-
just been a really enjoyable experience for me so far. Days Gone has been really fun. I've had no qualms with it. I did complain about like one minor thing, but like honestly, compared to the way it's rated, I've loved every moment of it.
I think people are probably just burnt out on open world games for the most part.
And zombie games too. There's been a lot of
Oh,
them.
yeah.
I think that and the exclusivity of just being on
The
PS4.
big
Yeah.
criticism was that it was a solid title. It just didn't add anything really that new. It just did everything that it's already been done, but solidly. But that's been fun. I post videos on my YouTube channel, Lord Minion 777, stream on Twitch, Minion 777. I'm a variation of those names most other places, and that's it for me.
Sweet. Scott, what about you?
I am literally starting a brand new campaign this upcoming Friday. It's Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on twitch.tv/Daleric. Actually, I got, I don't know where he is in relation to me. Where are you? Where are you?
Who?
Tyler?
Bottom right.
He's to your bottom left. Yep.
That way?
Yeah, exactly.
Tyler! He's actually a part of the campaign as well as
Look
well as
up,
two
I'm
other.
beneath you. He's over there.
There's Messy Cat and Rena the Destroyer are playing with us as well. You might know Messy Cat from the charity events that Mike and Wade and I did together down in Florida, or the Witcher campaign I did before. Anyways, it's in my homebrew world, Aurorum. It takes place in the same timeline, same world, same everything as my other campaign called Kingmaker. So you have Aurorum Kingmaker and Aurorum Regicide, both in the same world, same timeline. Things are going to be fun. Come
Sweet.
check it out.
Tyler, what about you, buddy?
First and foremost, Basher didn't actually drink it. It went in his mouth, and we walked out the door. He spat it all out. But that's beside the point. Like I said, he stored it in his mouth. Scott is trying to pull these tricks on me, and I hate it because he won't let me do my thing when I know my character.
Oh my god.
This lizard was born with an extra pouch in his throat, Scott.
That's what she
Smelly
said.
man.
Hey,
Anyway,
A scrotum in his throat where he stores his liquid.
like Scott said, I'm going to be on that campaign over on his channel, but also you can find me over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/apocalypto_12. I am apocalypto_12 all over social media, and I have a charity live stream celebrating my 10-year anniversary of my kidney transplant on Sunday, July 21st, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to raise money for UNOS, the United Network for Organ Sharing, which coincidentally was the same charity I fundraised for with Mark when I first appeared on his channel. So tune in for that, raise some money for a great cause, and just have a good time. I got a few things planned and hopefully going to get some guests coordinated that'll actually be here in person and also over online. Still working on figuring out some logistics, but that's a big thing that's coming up, and that will be on my Twitch channel. So definitely check that out.
Oh, yeah, dude. Sounds great. Last but not least, Mr. Patrick.
Hello, I'm Patrick. I have been streaming a lot more recently since I haven't been traveling, which is like every streamer's dream is to stay home and play games. I've been diving into the Sinking City, no pun. An amazing Lovecraftian-esque game, and I've been streaming a actual crap ton of Minecraft, seeing all the brand new stuff that they've unrolled out. It's amazing. I think I've played a ton of other games, but you can find all my stuff on YouTube. I'm Patrick Static. Remove the I from Patrick, and on Twitch. And yeah.
Sweet. As for the show, you guys can follow us on Lost Initiative Show on Twitter, all that good stuff. If you missed the show and you're a subscriber, you can watch the VOD immediately after this. If not, 24 to 48 hours later, it'll be over on the YouTube channel for free. If you want to support us directly, you can always subscribe for emotes and all that good stuff, and check out the Patreon where you can create NPCs, items, and all that good stuff if you want to meddle with the party in some way, which has happened a lot already. And,
Hey, you just got an awesome cloak.
Oh, that's great. But, you know, Wade eating the organs of a dead corpse risen again.
Thanks, Steve.
Exactly. You know, I'm just saying. It's things like that. But we'll be back tomorrow night. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.